keep on moving on.
giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,
and welcome to BSides Las Vegas. This talk, Build Hybrid Mobile Application Like a Security Pro, is given by Vanita, a security researcher from Synopsys. A few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor, Adobe, and our gold sponsors, Prisma Cloud, SemGrep, BlueCat, Plextrack, Toyota, Conductor One. It's their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. We have policies about cell phones, and these talks are being streamed live, except in the underground. As a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. Please, if you have a question, use the audience microphone right there to ask, or you can check with me or any other person if you want to use it or ask questions. You may be asked to make announcements. So as a reminder, the BSides Las Vegas photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in the frame. These talks are also being recorded, except in underground, and will be available on YouTube in the future. Please move over to this side of the room and enjoy your talk. Thank you, and welcome, Vanita.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Vinita. Welcome to my session, Build Hybrid Mobile Apps Like a Security Pro. I also go by the name Vinny, like my cousin Winnie, in case that name is too hard. So let's get started. So a little bit about me. I am a security researcher at Synopsys, and my job involves evaluating frameworks and new languages, and all of this research goes into static analysis tools that will help catch instances where those libraries are implemented insecurely. Before this, I was actually in the consulting, working in the field, doing pen tests and source code reviews of mobile apps and web applications. So most of my clients were in the financial or healthcare industry. I live in the Indianapolis area, and when I'm not working, I like to do things that keep me off screens, like learning new dance forms. I learned a bit of violin, and I also like to be outdoorsy and go on hikes. However, my current obsession is all about growing some vegetables in my apartment patio, and I'm here for 10 days. I'm pretty sure they'll be dead when I go back home. All right, so in today's session, we're first going to set the foundation and talk about some basic concepts about mobile applications, like their characteristics, what they're made of, what their threat model is like, how it's different from that of a web application, and then we'll go over some basic concepts about mobile apps as well. And then we'll go over certain principles of application security and see how you can use them to build hybrid mobile apps securely. You can build them really fast, but it's also important to build them securely, and we'll use those principles to understand how to do that. At the end of the session, I have a fun little interactive exercise planned for you all, where I'll show you some insecure pieces of code, and if you correctly identify the insecure line of code, I have some goodies to give away. So we'll then wrap it up and summarize everything we've learned today and open it up to questions. So going back to basics, how many of you here have built mobile apps before? Okay. How many of you have been on the other end of the spectrum and hacked or broken mobile apps before? Okay, I've got more hackers here. Okay, great. Okay, so just really quick, some one-on-one for mobile apps. Initially, mobile apps were just for productivity, right? Like to check your calendar, your email, your planner. If you remember, BlackBerry was one of the first ones who made this available to use on the go. But now, mobile apps are not for productivity, I think. They're for everything else. They're for calling a cab, ordering food, looking at the sky and identifying stars. And I hear there's a mobile app to hunt down ghosts. I really hope that doesn't work. And 99% of these mobile applications cater towards two main operating systems, Apple's iOS and Android, which is owned by Google. All of these mobile applications are built using software development kits or SDKs, and typically there is one SDK per platform, which means there is one for Android, usually based on Java and Kotlin, and there's another for iOS, and it's usually based on Swift and Objective-C. So when you have a SDK per platform, what's the biggest downside to that? Does anybody know? Yeah.
You have to build code for all these different platforms.
Correct, yes. So to repeat that answer, the downside is that you have to start building the code from scratch again when you start supporting new platforms, which is a lot of duplication of effort. And that is where hybrid applications came into being, where you can just pick a framework like React Native or Xamarin, Cordova, what have you, and you code just once, you test just once, and then you build it based on the platform that you want to support, which means your developers have now saved a lot of time. These applications came to be known as cross-platform apps or hybrid applications, and they tend to have a lot of web components in them. For the rest of this talk, we'll try to use the word hybrid apps to refer to cross-platform apps as well as hybrid apps. Some characteristics about mobile applications. Every mobile app on your phone is running on its own isolated environment. What that means is that that application process only has access to the data in its own isolated environment. This environment is usually referred to as a container or a sandbox, and to talk to other applications on the device or access data in a different sandbox, it would need the right permissions and it has to leverage inter-process communication. Fun fact about why it's called a sandbox. Imagine a bunch of kids playing in a big sandbox. Now, I don't have kids, but I've been told that's a recipe for disaster because kids don't want to share and it will lead to fights. So what do? You split them up and put them in their own sandbox and everything's jolly. So apparently that's how the term sandbox came into being in the mobile world. Anyway, so mobile applications tend to have a lot of code and a lot of data on the device because it cannot bother the server every time it wants to access some data that you as a user frequently request. For example, your display picture, your username, your email address. It tends to store this data on the device so that it can quickly grab it and render it in your mobile application because you probably open your mobile app more often than you do web apps. So mobile apps tend to do that. And in terms of how it would communicate with the server, it's not very different from that of a web application. It would typically make calls to the server using REST or SOAP API calls. Authentication is something interesting in mobile apps because in web apps, you would probably use username and passwords to log in every single time. I'll try to stay here. You probably are going to use usernames and passwords every single time you want to log in. But mobile apps make this easy. They make re-authentication easy because mobile apps can leverage the biometric authentication and the passcode that you already have on your device, which means mobile apps could save some session information or username and passwords or JWT tokens. They tend to save them on the device. Now, everything we've discussed so far is what the mobile OS provides by default in terms of security context. But this is your device. You probably want to tweak it and customize it for your own liking. Imagine you had a laptop and you did not have root access or admin access on it. You wouldn't be cool with that. Similarly, some users like to have the ability to really own that device and make it work for them and not have to work within boundaries. So such users could jailbreak or root their phone, which from a higher level means you're just disabling all of these security features and isolation. But hey, you can download that cute little emoji keyboard, right? So going over the threat model of mobile applications, in my opinion, one of the biggest assets in mobile apps is data. Now in web apps too, data is an asset, but in web apps, most of the data tends to be on the server side, in a database or on the cloud. But in mobile applications, like we discussed before, a lot of sensitive data could be stored on the device, so it's a very big asset. Similarly, the code of a mobile application could be on the device, which means that it's not just UI code. There could actually be some validation code. There could be something more interesting than just like low impact UI code. So that is also a very big asset. And we discussed about how user credentials or session information could also be stored on the device. So threat agents to all these assets could be other malicious apps on the device, or it could be someone who has stolen your phone, especially if it's jailbroken. Maybe it's easier to access that data. Users are also threat agents, because at the end of the day, an attacker is a user and they're trying to understand your app to understand how to break it. But in general, the likelihood of a successful attack on your mobile application is considered low, because first of all, the attacker has to stay up to date with all of the security updates that these OSs are making very frequently. Number two, the attacker may need an already compromised environment or has to chain a bunch of vulnerabilities to get a high impact vulnerability. So that is why in general mobile application exploits are considered to have low likelihood. Okay, so now let's get into hybrid mobile applications, which is why you're here. So like we discussed before, what is a hybrid mobile application? It is something that you just code and build once, and you can release it for multiple platforms. And it's not just for mobile OSs. It could also be for Linux or Mac OS or even on web browsers. So it's gotten really, really easy to build hybrid mobile applications thanks to these platforms, thanks to these frameworks. And these frameworks tend to be Cordova or Ionic, Flutter, React Native. And because these frameworks have made it so easy, hybrid applications are on the rise. In fact, according to a recent statistic, a lot of the retail applications in the market right now are built through one of these frameworks. So just a fun fact. So how would you go about building these hybrid mobile applications? It's just like any other mobile app. You start by creating your widgets, your UI, except in hybrid mobile applications, a lot of this is already done for you. A lot of this is already pre-built and tested and made available to you through libraries. And when I talk about libraries, I like to use this example. Consider you're trying to make a big bowl of chili for a barbecue. You're probably not going to go and get all of the individual ingredients and cut it up and chop it up and add it to your chili. You're probably going to get canned beans and canned corn and add it and save time. So similarly, with hybrid mobile applications, a lot of the functionalities, not just for UI, whether you want to implement data storage or talking to the server or trying to implement biometric authentication, all of this code is already tested for multiple platforms and made available on package managers like npm or pub.dev, depending on the framework. And you can just like grab that library and plug it into your code, and you just have that functionality like that. This is another reason why hybrid mobile applications are really easy and very popular, because it's so easy to create. These libraries are usually maintained through open source or through the community of that framework. And currently, here are some numbers. Flutter has 36,000 libraries, and React Native has 46,000 libraries, and that number is just growing. It's just making it easier and easier to plug in and play your hybrid mobile applications. Here are some examples of hybrid mobile applications in the market right now, some really famous ones, BMW, Skype, Walmart, so many of them. Here's an example of what a library would typically look like. Here on the right side, you can see that the library's name is localauth. It's a Flutter library. It's maintained by the package manager pub.dev. You can see that it supports 3 platforms, Android, iOS, and Windows. It seems quite popular, 99% popularity, and it's maintained by the verified publisher Flutter. Now, if you're a developer, you would probably stop at this page of the library documentation, or maybe you would go to the installing page or look at an example, see how you can implement it. But how many of us really go deeper and understand how these APIs work? Do we really look at it from a security perspective? I don't know. So we learn how to do that in this talk. So here's an example sample code of how you would use this library. So you would add this library as a dependency, you would import it into your project, and then it's as simple as calling the authenticate API to implement biometric authentication for your user. If you didn't have this library, you probably will have, I don't know, 3 times as many lines of code to implement this. So libraries really make it easy. Now, I saw that there are a lot of hackers here. Can anyone recognize what's wrong with this code? Is there anything insecure? So if you're a pen tester and you've hacked mobile applications before, you will see that this API returns a Boolean value. And if you've hacked mobile apps before, you know that it's extremely trivial to flip the switch on a false Boolean to a true Boolean and trick the app into thinking that authentication actually passed, but it would have failed. So such kind of validation is considered insecure. It's called event-based validation, and we will talk about that more in a future slide. Okay, so we've talked about hybrid mobile apps. We've talked about the fact that you may be building these hybrid apps through a bunch of libraries from the open source. It's third party. So I researched this. I researched such things in my job. So why don't I just give you a list of secure libraries for every framework, for every functionality? I could do that, but what if that library gets outdated? Or what if there's a CVE in the future, or it gets associated with a supply chain issue? What would you do then? So let's take an alternate approach and go by this. If you recognize what this means, it translates to if you give a person a fish, they'll just eat once, but if you teach that man how to fish, they will eat forever. So we'll take a similar approach today and see how we can evaluate libraries on our own. And to do that, we will take the help of 5 principles of application security today and see how you can comply by them, use them when you're picking libraries or when you're writing your hybrid mobile application from scratch. It doesn't matter. These principles will really help you. Okay, so the first principle I have is called the principle of least privilege. And what it means is that less is more, or that you need to have a granular permission model when you're building an application, web or mobile, it doesn't matter. You need to work on the least number of privileges that you can get by with. So mobile applications need the user's permission to access a lot of features on the device, like Bluetooth or location or Apple Pay, a lot of things, or photos. So user has to explicitly grant permission to the user to do this. But your application shouldn't ask for permissions it doesn't really need. Like, you may not want to think that, oh, maybe I'll need it in a future release, I'll just ask the permission. It doesn't work like that. Users will get suspicious, and you may also violate some data privacy laws depending on where you're using that application. So let's take an example to understand this principle. Assume that there is a music streaming app like Spotify, and that app asks permissions for your device's Bluetooth. It's fine, it probably wants to connect to a speaker. But what if it asks permission to your camera or microphone? It probably doesn't need that permission, it is suspicious, it's violating this principle. Let's take another example, a food delivery app. Can someone name a suspicious permission it can ask? Yes, correct, yes, that is the correct answer. So when you're building your mobile application, you probably want to make sure, can I throw it to you? I will try. Okay, thank you. Okay, great. So when you're building a mobile application, you probably want to work on the minimum set of permissions. And when we talk about hybrid mobile applications, you may be using a lot of libraries for different functionalities like data storage or biometric authentication or web views. So you want to make sure that the library is not asking for permissions that you don't really need. And even if it does, you want to make sure that they're configurable, that you're able to turn them off, and the library is not forcing an insecure default on you. You may also be using libraries that help you handle these permissions, like checking if the user already granted a permission, or maybe it helps you ask the user for permission at runtime. So in either case, it's important to, again, have a known set of permissions you want to allow and make sure that you're explaining to the user why you need that permission so that they can make an informed decision. Applications also tend to expose some of their functionalities in the form of, say, intents or universal links. And you may want to put some restrictions there too and not expose it to all applications on the device. You can make use of app groups, make the app belong to a certain group of applications so that you expose your functionalities only there. Or you could even make use of what the native OS provides, like one-time access or signature-based permissions. You can leverage all of that, which libraries may not provide. The next principle I have for you is called security by obscurity. And yes, that is my cat hiding behind my plants. And she thinks she's obscure, but she's not. So what this principle means is that if the inner workings of your application are completely hidden, you're safe. That doesn't sound right, does it? And you would be correct. That is a myth, and that has long been debunked. But let's think about this principle from a mobile application perspective. We discussed how mobile applications are very client heavy, which means a lot of the code and data is actually present on the device. So maybe this principle can be helpful. Assume that you released your application without any obscurity or obfuscation, and an attacker can download this application. They don't even need an account on your application. They can just decompile, unpack your application, understand what's going on, understand the different methods and classes, and they can use that information to perform targeted attacks at your users or at your server. So you want to make this really hard for the attacker, and how you can do that is make your code really hard to understand. Now, if you're a bad coder like me, then you're probably already there, it's already obfuscated, no one can understand it. But if you want to do it the right way, make sure that in your hybrid application, any framework that you pick, any library that you pick, make sure that the obfuscation options it provides work for all the platforms you want to support, and that these options work for all the languages in your source code and not just the code that it comes with. All of these frameworks come with their own languages, like React Native comes with JavaScript, Flutter comes with Dart, and sometimes these code obfuscation options could only work for those languages, but you don't want that. You want to have coverage for everything in your repository. Some other ways that you can obfuscate your data is by using code splitting, which is exactly as it sounds. It's breaking up your code into multiple pieces so that it's harder for an attacker to put 2 and 2 together. So moving on to data in your application, all the data that's on the client side, you want it hidden, you want it obscured from an attacker's malicious process or hands. So how do you do that? One way, obviously, is to encrypt any sensitive data that you're storing on such an exposed client-side environment. So when you're using libraries in your hybrid mobile application to handle data, like fetching data from a location or writing data to a location or sending data to the network, in all of these cases, make sure that you're encrypting sensitive data. Make sure that the library actually supports safe encryption, and please don't use in-house crypto. You probably want to make good choices when it comes to encryption algorithms, key generation algorithms, hashing algorithms, and even the key size. You want to make good options there because the library is going to give you a lot of algorithms that you can pick from. So it's up to you to make the safe choice there. Now, an interesting challenge you'll come across when you go to implement encryption in your mobile app, which is, where will you store the encryption key? It's the client side. Does anyone have an answer? Yes. Yes, correct. Yeah, you can do that. Any other answers? Yes? Yes, correct. Yes. So a lot of options here. One answer was do PBKDF2 derivation. One was using the secure enclave. All these are correct answers. So you can always save encryption keys that in a location that is backed by OS security. For example, a keychain. This is backed by the security that secure enclaves provide. So that's a great option. You also want to make sure that you're obfuscating any data that you're displaying to the user, especially sensitive data like passwords and social security numbers, especially if they're going to come to DEF CON and other conferences. You don't want them to enter payment information in such a public area. So make sure that when you go to build display forms or forms that take in user input, sensitive user input, make sure that the library supports masking of sensitive data. Moving on to the next principle, it's called minimize the attack surface. And what this means is that, what exactly is an attack surface? It's all of the entry points into your application that an attacker can leverage and launch exploits through. Now, if you want a secure app, you probably want to keep the number of such entry points to the absolute minimum. And in mobile applications, there are a lot of ways through which data can enter your application. A lot of untrusted data can enter your application. And in my opinion, in hybrid mobile applications, the biggest culprit to open up your app and take in untrusted input are web views. A web view is like having a tiny little web browser in your mobile application that hosts or loads an external web page. Now, you may be trusting this web page, but if you think back, you're again violating, to some extent, the least privilege principle because you're trusting something external and loading it in the context of your application. So when we talk about web views, obviously there are web elements like HTML and JavaScript. And when I talk about JavaScript, we have to mention the vulnerability. Anybody knows? JavaScript XSS? Yes, correct, yes. So XSS is scary. Sorry, I get it here. So XSS is scary, but it's especially scary in mobile applications because this script, this untrusted script, could actually have access to the sandbox of your application. Or maybe your application has permissions to other components in your device, like contacts or Bluetooth, and the script could actually have permissions to all these applications because of your app. So you want to make sure that when you build web views, I'm sorry, the mic is just echoing a lot here. Okay, that's better. So when you're building web views, just make sure that you're validating any inputs that are coming in through untrusted sources. And it's not just user input. Some other untrusted sources could be the clipboard or the system keyboard, because everything on the device has access to them. So you want to make sure that anything coming in to your hybrid mobile application is getting validated and sanitized. And when you pick a library to handle all of this user input for you, to create forms, for example, make sure that the library supports you in performing such validations. When we talk about attack surfaces, it's also important to mention deep links and Android intents. And what that means is that you are exposing certain functionalities to some other applications through something like a URL. And this URL can actually have query parameters, and these query parameters can enter your application and corrupt what's in your sandbox. So again, you want to make sure that you thoroughly validate them, and it's always best to keep it to the absolute minimum and not accept untrusted data unless absolutely necessary. You want to limit such functionalities. Here is some sample code about an insecure web view. As you can see, you have created a web view, and then you are injecting at runtime some JavaScript that will take user input and manipulate the inner HTML of that web page. So this is really bad, and it will open up your application to a lot of injection attacks. So we've talked about how untrusted input could enter your application and cause trouble, but there are also other ways where you increase your attack surface, and one of that is writing data or leaking data onto untrusted locations on your device. So you want to make sure that when you pick libraries for your hybrid mobile application, you want to make sure that it does not do any excessive logging. You want to make sure that you follow good practices and not log sensitive data or save user data on a location that's outside your control, like external storage. You want to make sure that you keep it locked down and leverage what the native OS provides to keep everything secure and isolated. All right, the next principle I have is called the principle of client trust. And what this essentially means is that you shouldn't trust the user using your device, and you shouldn't trust the environment in which your application is running. I like to use the phrase trusted on busted. What that means is that trusted code is running on a busted environment. And you want to make sure that your application stays resilient and protects the user even in such a compromised environment. So let's break this down and see what it means, what trust means in each of these components. Let's talk about libraries first. We talked about how hybrid mobile applications are probably going to be built with libraries, and these libraries are third party. So obviously third party risks are inherent, you cannot avoid that, but you could have some practices to make sure that you are mitigating the risk that comes from these third party libraries, which involves performing periodic software composition analysis so that you have an idea of all of your dependencies and what that opens you up to. And you want to make sure that the library is from a verified publisher. You want to make sure that there are no CVEs. And you also want to make sure that all of the security controls the library provides work all across the platforms that you want to support. Now let's talk about the network. How does the client know that it's talking to the right server counterpart? Does anyone know? How do mobile apps do that? Yeah, correct. Yeah, so the answer is certificate pinning. Yeah, so the answer is certificate pinning, and in your hybrid mobile application, you may be using a library to do this for you. Again, it's important to understand how that certificate pinning API works. Make sure that it doesn't return a Boolean value. It's not event-based, because we saw how easy it is for an attacker to flip that switch and trick the app into believing that it is talking to the right server, where it may not be doing that. And the native OS also provides a lot of good network configuration controls to make sure that the app is talking to the right server. In Apple, the option you have is to use application transport security settings. It's usually just a configuration file or plist file where you can specify a lot of network security options like forward secrecy or enforcing HTTPS communication with the server, a lot of those options. Moving on to the user. Why shouldn't you trust the user? Because at the end of the day, a user could be a hacker, again, who's trying to break your application, or there are two other kinds of users. The extremely tech-savvy one, who probably jailbroke their phone and has some suspicious apps on their phone, or the extremely non-tech-savvy user, like my grandmother, who probably has clicked all links and installed all kinds of malware. So you want to make sure that your app actually is safeguarded even in such an environment. You want to help the user make good choices. You also want to protect the user from themselves. How do you do that? Let's take an example. Say that your user has downloaded a third-party keyboard, and they're using this keyboard to even enter sensitive data in your application. That's a great way for attackers to harvest credentials of your application. So as an app developer, what you could do is you could enforce the system keyboard for such sensitive fields, which means you have to force the user to only use the system keyboard and disallow any other third-party keyboards from being used, especially when it comes to such sensitive areas in your application. So when you pick a library to handle user input in your hybrid mobile application, make sure that it supports such kind of enforcement of keyboards. You want to make sure that you help the user this way and help them make good choices. You also want to make sure that when you're using the keyboard, you want to make sure that the user is not able to bypass that enforcement that you have. There are some ways where, again, it's event-based, so it will be bypassable. So you want to make sure, again, that it's not event-based. The next principle I have, the last one, is called defense in depth. And what this essentially means is that you should strive for holistic security. You want to make sure that you have multiple controls in place so that if one fails, you have others protecting you from chaining of vulnerabilities and hence avoiding a domino effect. There are different defense in depth strategies you can take in mobile applications, one of which is ensuring that your application does not run in a jailbroken environment. So does anyone know how you could do this without using library? How do you detect that a user's device is jailbroken? Yeah, this is a hard question. Yeah.
Using like functions that would normally be disallowed by the system, trying to hold the process, for example, on iOS.
Yes, correct. So the answer that came from the audience is that you want to ensure that you're not able to fork a process, you're not able to run certain processes or open certain files. I think that's what you said. So yeah, I'm going to try to do this. Let's see. If I hurt someone, please don't sue me. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, great. So yes, that is the correct answer. If you were implementing jailbreak detection in the native code, you probably have like several different checks you can bundle together and ensure that it's not jailbroken. But see, in hybrid mobile applications, you're probably going to use a library to do jailbreak detection for you. And what these libraries will do is that it will bundle all of these multiple checks into one single API call so that you can just call that API and depend on that API to check for jailbreak. And now this API will again return a Boolean value, which is again very easy to bypass. So what can we do? What should you look for? You still probably want to use such APIs, but you want to use it securely. So when you pick such jailbreak detection libraries, make sure that it is result-based and not event-based. Result-based means that it doesn't return a Boolean, it returns like a type, so it's harder for attackers to spoof that. And some other defense in-depth strategies would be making sure that it is running on the latest OS version of that platform, because typically the latest OS versions have all of the security updates in place, and hence it is harder to bypass it. And you also want to have some anti-reverse engineering controls in place, not allow any debuggers to be attached to your application process. You also want to make sure there's no debug code or development code left over in your source code. There are some frameworks where there could be some debug or development code in your repository, and it doesn't get stripped when you get it ready for the release. So you want to watch out for such things. And in general, you want to make sure that the library is clean, not associated with any supply chain risks, no CVEs, is being kept up to date, it's actively maintained. You also want to make sure that there are no deprecated methods. That's a big one. A lot of the libraries have a lot of deprecated methods that a native OS probably cannot understand, so it might malfunction and open it up to security issues, so you want to watch out for that. So that was the last principle I had, so now we can play that exercise that I said. So I'm going to show you some library documentation. I've got 3 libraries that I'm going to show you, so you have 3 chances. And if you correctly identify what is an insecure option or an insecure line of code in that library documentation, I'll give you that little orange ball. So the first library I have is something that you can use to hash data, and it lets you pick some hashing algorithms to hash that data. So here's that API, and here are some options. Can someone recognize what's bad here? Yes? Yes, correct, yes, yeah. Any other? Yeah. I'll give you another one, forget about it. Yes, that is correct. I think I already gave you one, right? No? Here. I'm sorry. All right, so the next one I have is a library that does cert pinning, but you don't need to know what is cert pinning. It's that obvious what is insecure. Any guesses? Yeah? This one? Yes, correct. So if you can see, this library lets you disable all security, which means you can disable cert pinning for that application. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's a good idea. No, I was going to get ready to, but there's so many obstacles on your way. I'll hit someone in the head. So yeah, so disable all security is an option that this library provides. Thankfully, it's not set to true by default. So this is an option that you can use to disable cert pinning for a specific URL. So the next option, the next library I have is something to launch a web view in your hybrid app. And these are all the options you can configure the web view with. It's the last library. This one is a little controversial, but I'll wait till you guess it. Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's something to do with Boolean. Yes, yes. Yes, correct, yes. I am so happy that that was the last question. This is my last one. Okay, great. So yes, that is correct. With JavaScript is set to true. You probably don't want to create web views with JavaScript running by default. You want to turn it on an as-needed basis because we talked about it earlier. It's just increasing your attack surface. It's not a good defensive strategy to keep it on by default. That's an insecure default. Okay, so let's summarize. I think we're on time. So to summarize, hybrid applications are really, really easy to build. They're really, really easy to just plug in and play and support multiple platforms, multiple users at once. So you want to make sure that when you build one, you're building it securely. And if you're not a developer here, you're someone who manages some developers who help, who support the security aspect of application development in your company. You can support them by maybe having them take a course on the security aspect of the framework that they decide on during the design phase of the SDLC process. So maybe that is something you can do. If you're a developer and if you're trying to pick libraries to implement different functionalities when you go to code this hybrid mobile app, make sure that you really scrutinize this library and understand what the API does. Go past the example page in the documentation, go deeper into the API documentation, and make sure that it does not have some insecure defaults, is not using event-based authentication or event-based validation, and you want to make sure it does not have CVEs, and if they are, it's patched. You keep the library up to date. All of these great controls. And do not forget that the native OS actually is trying to help you. It has a lot of controls that you can also leverage. So make sure that you complement your security controls with the OS's controls. Okay, so real quick, here are some resources that you can use when you're more interested in this topic. I like the MASTG guide by OWASP. It's not necessarily for building apps, but it's more for getting a perspective from the attacker's perspective to understand how a mobile application could be broken. There is the OWASP Mobile Top 10. It gives you the top 10 vulnerabilities right now for mobile applications. And right now, they just came out with their initial release for 2023, if you're interested. There is the NIST document for mobile device security. This is not really for mobile apps, but more in general, how mobile devices are used and what OSs could provide. And lastly, there's the OWASP cheat sheet series, where it's a quick reference for developers in case they want to refer to some security controls per category or per concept in your mobile application. I would also like to mention that it's not a bad idea to read the security context documentation that OSs release. It's really not technical jargon. It's actually very easy to read. I've read the Apple's iOS security context document. It's really not bad. It's not like a user agreement, so it's not boring. So I would really recommend reading that too, because then you'll understand how the native OS works and how it tightly integrates these security APIs so that you can leverage them when you go to build your hybrid mobile app. With that, I will thank you all, first of all, for coming. Thank you for BSides. And any questions, I'm here. If you don't catch me here, I'll be outside. So thank you, everyone, for coming.
Please, if you have questions, you will come over here to ask. Thank you.
Okay, guess no questions. That's, okay, there you are. Thanks.
One of the big things that I like to do when I'm implementing stuff is put checks in like the continuous integration environment. Do you have any like ideas or recommendations about like static analysis tools that you can use as a part of, because it's easy to check once, but like I may not remember, 6 months from now whether or not that library is still maintained or whether it's on the latest version of the mobile operating system. Is that something that you have any recommendations on?
Yes, so there are a lot of static code analysis tools. There are free versions and paid versions, but all of them have all of these rules that you can use to identify such insecure implementation of libraries. Now, I'm from Synopsys. Synopsys has a great static code analysis tool that you can use as an IDE plugin so that developers can catch it even before it hits the pipeline. You can put pre-commit hooks and what have you. Yeah, I think, does that answer your question? I'm not supposed to mention tools. I signed an agreement. Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you all for coming. Have a great conference. Thanks.
Thank you.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire.
this talk is Lies, Telephony, and Hacking History, given by Matt, who is a security researcher. A few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond-sponsored Adobe, and our gold sponsors, Prisma, SameGrep, and Blue Cat, and many others. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. We have few rules here. So these talks are being streamed live. We have someone behind there, except in the underground. And as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask you to check and make sure your phone is on silent mode. If you have a question, you can use the mic there to ask. And we have a photo policy here. So BSides Las Vegas prohibits taking pictures without explicit permission from people in the frame. Thank you for coming, and welcome, Matt.
Thank you, everybody. We're supposed to officially start here at 11:30, so just a couple minutes early. So I want to start off saying he wouldn't be known by folks here in the information security community. However, lost a family member recently, and just want to say, Andrew Stocksdale, I want to dedicate this talk to you in your memory. So we'll give it beginning here in just a couple minutes. For anybody who wants to get a copy of the slide deck, feel free to visit slides.dfirmat.com. That will forward you to my GitHub repo, and you can download a copy of the slide deck today. So hopefully we're going to have fun today. I brought some cool old tech gadgets to do some show and telecom, as I like to say it. So this is going to be fun, and hope everybody here enjoys it. I want to thank everybody who's still pouring in the door for coming out and checking out the talk. All right, 11:30 by my clock, so I'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to check out my talk, Lies, Telephony, and Hacking History. For those who don't know me, my name is Matt Shear, here all the way today from Cincinnati, Ohio. And again, if you want a copy of the slide deck, go to slides.dfirmat.com. That will take you out to my GitHub repo. Let's begin. So quickly about me, I work for a big, well-known organization. I am an AVP of Computer Security and Incident Response, and I have a lot of experience doing digital forensics and incident response, so that's kind of my background. It's been in the dustbin for a long time. Hopefully resurrect it soon, the Threat Reel podcast. If you're not connected to me on LinkedIn, feel free to reach out, or whatever it's called these days, C3RKAH, formerly Twitter. I guess it's called X now. Where I volunteer, I'm an official Hacking is Not a Crime advocate. That just means I agree with their mission statement. I'm not a spokesperson for them, but it's a good organization. I'm also a WAMSA, which is the Women's Security Alliance Technical Mentor. Great organization, encourage folks to get involved. They're always looking for mentors and mentees. Quick disclaimer is that yes, I do have a day job, but the opinions expressed are based solely on my own independent security research and do not express or reflect the views or opinions of my employer. So the origins of social engineering, some believe social engineering dates all the way back to the Garden of Eden, but whatever you believe, deception and trickery have likely been with us all for a very long time. Social engineering and technology. I want to talk about where these two things intertwined, and really it started with phone phreaking, which is a lot of the inspiration for this talk. So the telephone system blossomed in the world's first interconnectable global network, and it was built by the telephone companies, or telcos for short. Phone phreaking, we're going to dive into that topic here momentarily. Quick note about telecom history. These may be somewhat fluid timelines. Telcos were often slow to replace or upgrade otherwise adequately functioning equipment. I can tell you my father was an accountant for the phone company, and they didn't replace anything until it absolutely had to be replaced, or the operating and maintenance costs exceeded what it cost to continue operating it. So different geographic regions essentially had different timelines when equipment was replaced or came into vogue. That being said, this talk, I've talked to at least 5 different former telco employees. I've tried to get it right, so if you notice any horrible things wrong here, let me know. I have done a good bit of research. Some of this stuff is before my time, some of it is not. Which is remarkable because I insist that I am 21 till I die. Local communities' telecommunications stack varied greatly, really based on market conditions and other conditions, as I mentioned. So 19th century and onward, telephone companies hired switchboard operators to assist customers in routing calls, and they handled the call routing by plugging physical cables into switchboard jacks. Many early phone subscribers communicated over shared party lines. There was no real assurance of privacy. So what would happen is if you were part of a party line block and they said, okay, you're 5 rings and that's how you know it's for you, but there was nothing to prevent somebody else, ring number 7, from picking up and eavesdropping on those conversations. People didn't really have those private communications going one-to-one. Electromechanical switches really started in the late 19th century and early 20th century. The Stroger step-by-step, or SXS switches, they continued growing in footprint during the early 20th century. This was the beginning of automation in the burgeoning telecommunications industry. 1940s to the 1950s, AT&T developed automation using audible tones for long-distance call routing. Multi-frequency signals were assigned to telephone number digits, and signal frequency tones were used for line status signaling. These advancements paved the way for phone phreaking. We're going to talk about blue boxes here in a little bit in the future. The 1950s and 1960s, beginning around the middle of the 20th century, telephone companies began more widely deploying advanced circuit switching technologies such as panel and crossbar. These switches, along with reliable transistors, paved the way for viable dual tone and multi-frequency, or DTMF, support, often referred to as touch tones on phones. Now, I brought some relics with me because I promised doing some show and telecom today, and I intend to do that. I'm pretty sure that some people in the audience have never seen, used, or touched one of these. This is a touch tone telephone. And what's interesting is there were no modular jacks on this. These were usually telephone company owned equipment that customers leased. So technically the phone company owned these, and since everything was hardwired, if one of these cords got caught up in the vacuum sweeper and completely shredded, that was a service call to the phone company to get somebody to come out and fix it. Later on, phone companies decided, hey, we should start putting modular jacks on these things. It's a lot easier than sending our field engineers out to replace cords and so forth. So this was a little bit of work. If I wanted to dial the 555 prefix, this is essentially the dial, and these have numbered holes in them. So if I wanted to dial the 555 prefix, for example, I put my finger in the number 5 hole, and I spin it to the metal stop, and I let it go. I put my finger back into the 5 hole, spin it back to the metal stop, and I let it go. Now, I put my finger back into the 5 hole, spin it back to the metal stop, and let it go again. And you can see it was effort, took a long time. And when touchtones came out, so what's interesting is this is an old school style touchtone phone, again, typically doled out by the phone companies. These had modular jacks, so you could replace the line cords yourself, and these had the buttons. Not every community got essentially touchtones right away, so there's a tone or pulse switch, and pulse would essentially emulate the rotary telephone for systems that didn't support that. And it's definitely, advancements in technology that, paved the way to make these things better, more convenient, but still, progress was pretty slow. The 1970s to present, electromechanical switches were slowly being phased out in favor of newer digital switches. Electronic switching systems, or ESS, the migration to digital switching was the beginning of phasing out of analog telephony in favor of digital telephony. Nowadays, voice over internet protocol technology is largely displacing electronic phone switches. Something I want to talk about here on the next slide is we're going to spend a bit of time talking about phone freaks. So who were or are the phone freaks? These were people who enjoyed exploring phone systems. And they enjoyed experimenting with telephony and technology. Some were obsessed with learning the science and technology behind telephones and phone networks. And phone freaking often became a gateway or bridge towards becoming a computer hacker, or vice versa. Somebody might aspire to start off as a hacker and then by extension get into phone freaking. So some cross-pollination there, vice versa. For those of you who've never seen one of these, before there were internal modems, there were external modems. Before that, you had this. It's called an acoustic coupler. And the way this worked is you see it's a phone cradle handset. And what somebody would do to essentially dial a computer is they would take their phone handset, put it in the cradle, and so you have your receive and your transmit, and it's a pretty tight seal on this, and so people could use the acoustic coupler to establish modem connections before there were dedicated external modems, which came about later. And also, if anybody wants to see me afterwards, it's kind of a big group. Feel free to come up to me afterwards, and I'll be more than happy to let you touch this stuff, see it, that sort of thing. And so, when those things intertwined, people got into war dialing, where they would essentially dial a series of numbers to find other modems that might be listening in. And back in the early days, if you've ever seen the movie War Games, I'll talk about momentarily, you've sort of seen what that looks like. The objectives of phone freaking: some phone freaker motivations included learning, which was really just a thirst for knowledge, meeting and talking with other phone freaks. Pranks and mischief cannot be understated. People love messing with their friends, love messing with people they didn't get along with, right? And making free phone calls to anyone, anywhere. That might seem trivial now. It's sort of one of these funny things because, of course, nowadays I've got a flat rate phone plan. I can pretty much call just about anybody anywhere in the world, and it doesn't cost me anything extra no matter how much or how little I use this. But back in the day, phone companies would charge potentially upwards of over $1 a minute to make phone calls. And let me tell you folks something. If you ran up a $400 phone bill in 20th century money, and your parents saw that phone bill, you were going to be in bigger trouble than that time my boss yelled at me and grounded me for an entire month when I tried to file an expense report for this outfit. So it seems trivial now, but there was high motivation to figure out how to get free phone service and also not be grounded by your parents. So phone freaking in film, this is not an all-inclusive list, but just some highlights here. So 3 Days of the Condor was actually very inspirational to Kevin Mitnick. It was released in 1975, stars Robert Redford. There's a scene in there where he actually socially engineers the phone company in getting them to act on his behalf. And again, it's that intertwining of technology, telephony, and social engineering. War Games, which is my own personal favorite on this list, released in 1983. We talked about war dialing. You can see a lot of that there. Very inspirational movie, probably for a lot of folks in this room. The movie Hackers, released in 1995, actually has some interesting Redbox stuff. We'll talk about Redboxing in a moment. This movie has actually inspired some interesting folks in the industry today that got inspired by watching that. Pirates of Silicon Valley talks about the early beginnings of Apple Computer, or now commonly Apple. They started off as making blue boxes before they started building computers and essentially selling those so people could make those free phone calls. We'll talk about blue boxes here in a moment. But classic phone phreak tools included musical instruments and whistles, phreaker boxes. There's a bunch of these. I'm just going to highlight a few of them. Blue boxes, beige boxes, red boxes. But again, there were a whole lot more, and some people would combine the different functions of these boxes into what they would call rainbow boxes because they would do multiple purposes. We're going to talk about payphones. If anybody here remembers those, knows about those. So yeah, that should be fun. And tape recorders and scanners and radios. So phone switching and tones. Early phone systems used audible control tones. Some musical instruments could pass as recognizable telephone switch tones. In fact, some people would have to play the two musical notes together to get that multi-frequency that was used in a lot of telephony. And then whistles and whistling. So Captain Crunch breakfast cereal once included a free whistle as an in-box toy giveaway capable of producing a perfect 2600 hertz tone that folks would use to seize a trunk. And I've got a replica here. It's kind of hard to get it right, but if I cover the middle hole, that would produce a 2600 hertz tone that people could use, again, to seize that trunk. And a lot of early phone phreaks were visually impaired, so a lot of folks would actually learn to be able to whistle the tones themselves right directly into the phone. So we'll talk about blue boxes. I don't have one to bring with me, but these generated 2600 hertz tones, among others. It was used for controlling phone switches, and it gave, again, phone phreaks the ability to place free phone calls. Beige boxes were simply a lineman's handset, and there's all manner of these. I have in my possession a real deal lineman's handset. This is like official AT&T equipment, and these tend to be kind of expensive. You can still buy an official lineman's handset. These had very tight tolerances. They wouldn't really mess with systems. They have these jagged alligator clips, and so people, if they had a punch-down block, they could clip into the punch-down block. They could also pierce the cables with the alligator clips to tap into the phone without actually disrupting the line. And again, these were official real deal. Very hard to come by back in the early days. I would never have endorsed it, but I'm sure some people probably found an unlocked van or two and found these. Some people, these are very durable, but if some people did have a few broken ones, they might be able to assemble a working model. So this is an official real deal. For those that didn't have that luxury, you could do a homebrew variety, which you take a standard telephone handset and essentially lop off the cable and solder on your own alligator clips so that you could do the same thing for a whole lot less because any common phone. And this is kind of representative of the ideal one because the cradle, if you will, was just a hunk of plastic. It didn't have any electronics in it. The switch hook is actually on the handheld, so this was ideal. And again, you got the the tone pulse switches, those sort of things. So you could always do homebrew and make your own. Interestingly enough, you can now, through a large online retailer, order essentially a very cheap test phone. And what's cool about this, less than $20 delivered to your door. This actually has a modular jack on it, so if you found an unattended phone jack, you could plug in and test it out. If you don't have that, it's got alligator clips as well. This is sort of genius. I looked at that and thought, why didn't I think of doing that? But yeah, it's cool and it's pretty inexpensive to do. So, again, different varieties of lineman's handsets. And those were your beige boxes. Now, if you did find a, like a punch down block, you could use one of these punch down tools. And this particular one has the 110 block as well as the 66 block punch down. And so these would just, essentially punch in and connect the wire to the block. You have to be careful with the 110 because the blade is built into it. And if you're doing this and you accidentally cut the wrong end of the cable, not the excess slack end, it would just fall off the block and you'd feel kind of stupid. Might have some firsthand experience with that, not admitting to anything. But yeah, and then for the 66, there's inside here a blade that you could use to, again, cut off the cable and try to get the right end, because if you get the wrong end, you're redoing it. So payphones were once very commonplace. These provided a physical layer of separation from home, which offered a level of anonymity to their users and some level of deniability for callers. If you were on the receiving end of a payphone, because you could actually call payphones and you could actually pick up. So if you coordinated a time or whatever, you might be able to say, look, I was just in the vicinity of this payphone, heard it ringing, so I picked up. I had no idea who was on the other end of that. Conversely, I don't know who called me. It was just some random person at a payphone. They must have dialed the wrong number or something. I don't know. So again, that physical layer of separation was definitely something that existed with payphones. Now, I can't in my suitcase fit an entire payphone, but I do have a handset here. This is the real deal. It's got the the armored cable and the steel cable inside, very durable. You can see it's just a standard modular jack that would plug into any telephone. They could plug it into the one that has the modular jacks. So yeah, handset from a payphone right there. Redboxing. Redboxing was used by phone freaks to load fake money into payphones by playing tones into the handset's mouthpiece, thus enabling users to place free phone calls from telco-owned and operated payphones. And I actually have some tones here. Again, 21 till I die, so somehow these tones got generated by me before I was born. The math gets really fuzzy, but just roll with it. And so here is a nickel. So hopefully folks heard that. The dime is really just going to be, the same thing twice, and then you can hear the quarter. And also, what's interesting is we use dual tones here in the States. In Canada, they had a single tone. So you can kind of hear the difference on those. And also, this sort of became a bit of a social engineering thing as well, because telephone companies, until you'd establish a call, kind of wised up, and you couldn't just play tones directly into the handset. But people could still socially engineer an operator and say, okay, I got that phone number for you. I've got a terrible memory, and I don't have a pen with me, or ran out of ink, or whatever. Could you transfer me to that number? And they would say, sure, just deposit a quarter. So I got my payphone handset. Play it in there, operator transfers the call, thinking I've actually put a real quarter into the payphone. So again, that's another instance where social engineering intersected with all this. Tape recorders, for those that were not adept at building electronic tone generators and circuits, using a tape recorder and playback was a viable alternative, because you could actually hear those tones playing on the phones themselves, and if you could record those, you could play them back. Nowadays, we call those things replay attacks. Back in the day, we really didn't, and now, modern times, we think of replay attacks with things like cookie files and packet captures and replaying those. We didn't call it replay attacks, but that's exactly what it was. And so, oftentimes you could, record a couple methods. And I've got a couple adapters. So one is basically if I have modular jacks I could plug in, basically this is just a tap, if you will, that goes in one end with a modular jack, out the other, and then it's got basically a sideband to port out to a mic jack or an input jack where it could be recorded. Sometimes that wasn't available, and for example, we did talk about payphones as an example. So if you didn't have that available, you could use essentially what is an inductor coil with a suction cup on it that would do sort of the same thing. The vibrations pick up on the handset, and it ports out the audio from that into the recording device. And so often what you do is you just slap this on a handset, and you can see it sticks pretty good if it's a nice smooth surface, and you could use that to record telephone switch sounds or money sounds, those sort of things. Scanners and radios were capable of listening into wireless communications and eavesdropping on conversations. Many people actually unwittingly bugged themselves. The early cordless phones were 43 to 50 megahertz, and a lot of common radio scanners could pick up and listen on those. I didn't bring that with me. Later on, those moved to 900 megahertz. And so these wouldn't do the low-end older versions, but I did bring a couple software-defined radios that would absolutely do the 800 megahertz stuff and 900 megahertz stuff. So early cellular phones, when they were analog, would go on the 800 megahertz frequency ranges. Same thing, if you had a scanner capable, now those were a little pricier to get your hands on, but if you had one, you could actually listen to cell phone conversations fairly easily. Now, the government kind of caught on to that, and so for a long time there were cellular basically cellular blocked scanners that were released that would intentionally not let you listen to certain frequencies within the 800 megahertz range to do that eavesdropping. What's interesting is Canada has a lot of the same frequencies, a lot of the same steppings we do in the United States. They didn't have such laws in their books, so sometimes people would go north of the border, get a scanner, smuggle it back across, and they could listen to the cellular bands. Or if you could find secondhand a used version that was for sale, you could do that as well and listen to those. To be honest, I don't know that those laws have ever been repealed, even though that's really no longer works. So you could no longer listen to with just a very cheap, inexpensive, relatively speaking, scanner. Baby monitors also frequently worked with the same cordless phone frequencies and those channels. People would unwittingly bug themselves, and if they were talking about things that were legal, illegal, whatever, anybody in the neighborhood could listen in. It's not just them being able to hear what's happening in their nursery. They were essentially bugging themselves, not really, sort of oblivious, if you will, thinking nobody's probably listening in. Well, maybe they were and they just didn't even know. PBXs, or private branch exchange, and these were systems comparatively smaller to telco exchanges and those switching systems, but they were owned and operated by organizations and private businesses, providing interconnected phone services to them. And a lot of PBXs had features that they couldn't even purchase through the telephone company. A lot of those sort of value add things. PBX abuse and hacking, enumerating company employee phone directory abuse. Back in the day, it used to not be linked in. So if you wanted to know if somebody worked somewhere or figure out what employees work for a business, you could call into the dial by name directory and essentially pick different last names and figure out who worked for an organization and probably what phone extension they were at. Compromised voicemail boxes and listening to saved messages. Most voicemail boxes back in the day were secured by a 3 or 4 digit PIN. So there's nothing to stop somebody from brute forcing those, and if they could pop a voicemail box, and a lot of times if nobody changed the default PIN, it would be those 3 or 4 digit extension numbers would be the default PIN in a lot of these things. That would enable somebody to just listen to voicemails for somebody else. And then if the PBX was thoroughly compromised, people could set up their own unauthorized voicemail boxes and make it other people think that they were an employee. They just didn't pick up when they called, and they could just sit there and do phone tag voicemail messages and socially engineer people that way. Transfers to extension 91 was a common scam, or 9 plus any other country code, either doing switch methods such as call forwarding or just calling up somebody and say, hey, my name is Joe, I'm with the phone company, and I need you to transfer me to extension 91. We're conducting some testing. If they do it and they transfer you cold to 91, that gives you an outside line and dials the number 1 prefix. Now, with an open line, person could dial in whatever number they want, piggybacking on that business's telephone bill, really. And call forwarding, we talked about diverters and other routing tricks. So diverters were often used like after hours for a business that might have a answering service, for example, where people call in, leave a message for whoever, and if that would essentially use a diverter to send the call after hours to that answering service. If when the answering service hangs up, there was an open line, if it wasn't configured correctly or was kind of insecure, now, again, the person could piggyback on top of that open line to dial whatever number they want. Phone freak tradecraft, so dumpster diving or trashing, fairly common. And a lot of times it wasn't just for electronics and pieces of technology, sometimes it were for manuals. Because if I'm calling a telephone company, I'm trying to socially engineer them, their employees, I better be able to speak like another telephone company employee to convince them that I want to transfer a number, or if I want to disconnect service, things like that. Call routing loops, three-way calling used for eavesdropping and or pranks, what we now think of often as man in the middle or adversary in the middle techniques. Again, it wasn't really called that back then, but that's exactly what it was, and of course that's still a common threat vector today.
Just one note on the dumpster diving there.
Yes.
Post-it notes used to be much more popular. People wrote down their codes and passwords and throw them in the trash.
All right, good tip. For those who didn't hear it, people would write down passwords and pins and things like that and then throw them in the trash. So some valuable intel. Good ad. So social engineering phone operators and other telco employees we talked about. Calling card fraud and abuse was, again, very commonplace. Telco countermeasures. Telcos implemented various fraud controls to detect and flag or block phone phreaking efforts by the early 80s. And old phone phreaking methods and the various color boxes became obsolete and unusable. These countermeasures forced phone phreaks to continually adjust their tactics amidst the changing times. More changes. Switchboard operator career opportunities were mostly displaced by technology in recent decades. The market saturation of mobile phones made deploying and maintaining payphones financially infeasible for telcos in North America. Consequently, payphones have largely disappeared from the landscape in most first world countries. Nowadays, the proliferation of unlimited and flat rate cellular calling plans eliminated the incentive to steal phone service for the purpose of making free phone calls. Most new telecommunication deployments favor using voice over IP technologies, platforms, and services. Calling card fraud, once very prevalent, has largely given way now to credit card fraud. The new underground, phone phreak bridges, didn't really talk about those, which were conference call party lines and virtual meeting places, have largely been abandoned in favor of newer technologies. Things like web conferencing platforms, encrypted communication mobile apps. For example, Signal or Telegram is being used by a lot of threat actors today. And then dark nets, including the dark web, which I presume most folks here have heard of, and certainly those marketplaces where people can buy pretty much unlimited things out there. The new frontier, data dumps and dark marketplace use today is more prevalent than old school dumpster diving, as we've discussed. Mobile malware is an ongoing threat. Is that really phone phreaking? I don't know, but it's an attack surface that didn't used to exist before people had mobile phones. Proxy servers, VPN services, and Tor are mostly used to cloak communication source endpoint origins. Again, there aren't payphones, so people have other methods now to sort of hide where they're really at. As an epilogue, technology and telephony abuse is less of a technology hobbyist, enthusiast, and prankster activity now. Modern abusers often comprise of advanced persistent threats and threat actor groups, hacktivists, financially motivated actors, organized crime, and nation states. Modern phone phreaking, lest anybody think that all forms are completely dead, reverse toll fraud is a common problem today still, where, well, I don't know how common it is, but it still happens, where there are international or other high toll numbers that are pay per minute. And so either it's somebody operating that number themselves, or they're in cahoots with somebody operating that number, and so that's still a problem today. Web conference calls, most people here probably remember Zoom bombing, particularly at the beginning of everybody quarantining in the pandemic. So eavesdropping, call bombing, raiding, hijacking attacks, common problem. Phishing and smishing, again, mobile platform attack surface that exists now that used to not exist. Porting or port out fraud is migrating a mobile phone number to a different service provider. So if I can convince somebody that this is my phone number and I'm switching from company X to company Y, and it might be an inexpensive sort of pay-as-you-go plan or whatever. Either if I can convince them through social engineering or just outright bribe that employee to port the number to another service provider. Sort of similar to that is mobile SIM swapping, where again, a lot of times people working for cellular companies can be bribed and they will essentially move the phone number from one person's mobile device to one that they control. And that is definitely a modern problem. This is an old school style talk, so just some quick shout outs. 2600 magazine, been around for a very long time, going back to 1984. Not too far after that. I don't think they've cranked out new material in ages, and it sort of, every once in a while you see a new volume released, but Frack Ezine back in the day was very prevalent in the phone phreak and hacker scenes. Phone Losers of America, still an active group. What's interesting is they still have a conference call line listed on their website. So if you want to call into it, might want to be careful, but you can actually call into it and talk to other phone phreaks. You can reminisce about history or talk about modern times, probably shoot the bull with just about anything. Project MF, if you missed out on blue boxes and Captain Crunch whistles and those sort of things, it's a stack that's built on top of an asterisk deployment. It mimics or simulates the olden days, so you can actually use a blue box or a software version thereof to go back in time, if you will, and recreate those things. Textfiles.com and Jason Scott, just for archiving tons and tons of old bulletin board articles and posts. And then I wanted to give a shout out to Tina Kazeniak, who used to work in the telephone company fraud department somewhere, and I've had great fun chatting with her and their efforts to sort of bust the smart kids that were messing around with the phone systems and doing things they shouldn't have. So really fun, interesting perspectives, has a lot of historical reference and knowledge. Just great fun talking to her. With that, I will, not sure I'm doing on time here, reasonably well, so happy to open it up to questions if anybody has any. There is an open mic up there in the front of the room.
Thank you.
If it's on.
Yeah.
While they're doing that, again, if anybody wants to come up and see, touch, and mess around with my old junk I brought with me all the way from Cincinnati, Ohio, feel free to find me before I run the suitcase back up to my hotel room.
Thank you, Matt. If anyone having a question, please, you can come and speak here. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the talk. It was really awesome. One thing I think was interesting, you were talking about PBX hacking. You mentioned that voicemails used to be secured with a 4 or 5 digit PIN. That's still a thing today. A lot of times people's C-suites, their voicemails are secured with a 4-digit PIN. And for those people interested in PBX hacking, at DEF CON there is a tele-challenge. So check it out.
Cool. Thank you so much for the ad. That's awesome stuff.
Sorry. Kevin Mitnick quite famously got arrested and supposedly got put into solitary confinement because they were scared that he would be able to launch the nuclear missile codes. How realistic do you think that is based on your research now?
Yeah, in fact, so the old story, Kevin Mitnick was actually, as I understand it, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but he was actually sentenced to solitary confinement, specifically because law enforcement convinced the judge he could actually whistle nuclear launch codes into a telephone and start a nuclear war. I don't think that's realistic, and was definitely overstated, and there was a lot of hype. And it's one of those interesting things where law enforcement, a lot of people will tell you they're still behind the times. They were woefully behind the times back in the day. So judges didn't understand technology for a long time, and so they believed it. And just as a precaution, well, let's just put this guy in solitary confinement. Don't give him access to a phone just in case he really can launch nukes by whistling into a phone. Great question. Anybody else? All right, I don't see anybody else coming up to the podium. Thank you, BSides Las Vegas, for having me. Thank you for sticking around for my talk. It's been great chatting with everybody, and thank you.
you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling in the rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
moving on.
whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to BSides Las Vegas. This talk is about the telenovela of Latin America, Banking Trojans, a dramatic story of cybercrime. And here we have Sibeli, who's going to present the talk. A few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsors Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support along with other sponsors, donors and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask you to check to make sure that your cell phones are on silent mode. If you have any questions, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you as well. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Sibeli.
Hey everyone, thank you for waiting. My little technical problems, happens all the time actually. First, I know I didn't born in the US, so my English not perfect, but just okay. If you don't understand, just raise your hands or let it go. If I say some weird words, please, you can correct me. I don't care, really. Sometimes it's good to learn. And that's it. Someone here knows something about banking trojans from Latin America? A little bit? Okay. If you're not, that's okay. So it's about a telenovela because Latin America is very known about telenovelas, and they are very dramatic, and also as are cyber criminals for this name. So who I am? I used to say I'm a mix of gossip girl from Mowerland with fortune teller, because I work with cyber threat intelligence. So I have to know everything what's going on in Mowerland and all the disgraces and try to see, what's going on in the future. Basically, this is what I do. And for over 10 years, I've been working especially with cybersecurity and privacy in Brazil and some organizations in Brazil, all around the world, like Mozilla and Tor Project. Basically, this is what I do right now. Work with, I'm a gossip girl. This is a real picture of me in Mexico. I'm not from Mexico, but it's in Mexico and Dia de los Muertos. So I like it. So this is me. And I have cats. I love cats, as you said before. And I love tofu because I'm almost vegan. Not all because I love chocolate. It's hard to know this. You know that. And I like sparkling water. And basically it's this. So what we're gonna talk. See, I have many gifts. It's super cool. Thank you. And what we're gonna talk about? What are we talking about? The board of Brazilian cybercrime. I not talk about all the Latin America, threat landscape because I don't know. It's quite similar. So you understand, if you understand that Brazilian was kind of similar than the rest of Latin America, and about the common features of these malwares and banking Trojan families, and what's next, or why this happened, or let's see if it's possible to stop them or no. No, it's impossible. Even it's very peculiar, malwares. So let's talk about, back up. Well, right now in times of AI, we have think like ChatGPT or similar ChatGPT writing malwares, and can you believe if I tell you most of banking Trojans malwares in Brazil and Latin America is to desktop? They work in desktop much more. They write this kind of malware more to desktop than to smartphones because, yeah, it is easier, to bypass some security in desktop, especially for people not so safe in cybersecurity or whatever, and for other people. And I'm going to talk about this specific issue, but from the strategic cyber threat intelligence. I'm not a malware analyst, so please don't ask super hard questions because I can't answer. But from a strategic point of view, I can do this. But wow, what is a strategic point of view? It's basically this. I see everything what's going on for this gossip go from our lands, not just one tree. I see the whole forest, all the disgraces, disgraces that's going on in our land is a very sweet name I gave for this, what happened in cybercrime. I think it's cuter. And I talk about more general, not just one specific, thing. Sorry, sometimes I forget the words in English, and I know much more words in Portuguese than English, so sometimes lack some words, sorry, but you can help me, please. You can, these words you want to say, please. So, the born of Brazilian cybercrime. Well, first I must be thinking why I talk about malwares in desktop, not in mobiles. Well, as incredible it may seem, they are widely used to make banking Trojans, really, really widely used. Everybody has a mobile, even 2, 3 mobiles. People especially in Latin America, they have many mobiles with international connection, internet connection, but not a desktop or a computer. So everybody has some kind of way to be connected. But some taxes we have to pay in desktop, only desktop. I don't know why, it's weird. Or you go to the bank. So what the people do, they pay in the desktop, especially companies, small companies, they have to pay these government taxes there. So this is a big surface, to attack, really big. So bank trojans are developed for desktop because it's a little bit less complicated than to desktop, to mobile, because mobile you have to say, oh, please accept accessibility, you have to unlock accessibility for, have to click, 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 click. People say, oh, do I? Yeah, people sometimes are dumb and they accept, but in the computer, in desktops, easier, just, okay, happens, is there, and that's it. So, of course, we have many, many, many malwares that attacks smartphones, especially Android. Like, for example, I love these names. It's so unique. Zumanek, Amavaldo, Zanubis. They are really weird names, but fun. And this last one, Zanubs, they attack all Latin America except Brazil. No, wasn't me who wrote this because I can't do this, but it's a very cool name. So, Brazilian threat landscape in cybercrime. Let's talk about a bit about the history. I have a bachelor degree in history, so you'll learn about history of Brazilian cybercrime. When internet, commercial internet started, like in middle of 90s, people used to Brazilian underground race, born. And until like 2000, people, this forums, kind of forums, not like 4chan or other forums, they talk only in IRC. I think everybody remember, to talk in IRC. Very simple, very not so friendly user, not so many GIFs or emojis or images. So everybody was there and talking and talking. And then, okay, that was a place to learn. People was learning how to, in cybersecurity, because back that time is frameworks, I don't know if exist some or was very expensive or I don't know. And you have to learn to speak in English. Come on, we are from Latin America. It's not our language. I speak Portuguese, not even Spanish. I can speak Spanish, but the rest of Latin America speaks Spanish. And everybody knows it's our very poor countries, mostly. So not everyone can speak English because it's expensive. Now it's easy. We have YouTube. But before, no, you have to pay like a teacher to learn. So few people was there, oh, let's learn, and was a learn exchange. And financial risk start to be very low, financial return was high and risk are low. Basically, it's this when everything starts. I don't know how to compare here in US. I have no idea because I never live here, so I don't know this. But basically, the emergence of Brazilian underground started in mid of 90s until early 2000. IRC, limited resources to learn, knowledge exchange, to cybercrime. Any platform can be considered a forum in Brazil. It's not like a Brit forum or any of these forums, You have to be invited or you have to pay to be there. And, oh, come on, I'm selling some bank compromises credentials or malwares or something as a service. No. In Brazil, no. Everything can be a platform like WhatsApp or Facebook or Telegram, especially Telegram. Given this resource limitation we had back then, how we learn how to attack something from defacement. Yeah, it's easy. It's not that, wow, super hacker, but they want to know how to do this. So defacement was considered a learning experience, in absence of these frameworks. However, to educational purpose, like educational, this became a cybercrime, was just a stone's throw away. It was So it's easy to do this, maybe, maybe not. And these guys start, usually guys, I know I'm a woman, but usually was guys, one or two women or non-women, start saying, oh, I have some a massive credit card numbers here because I don't know here, please let me know. Companies say, oh, I will send you a credit card. But I didn't ask. But yes, I send you. I don't know, this happens in US or happened, so just sending you. But what happened? Oh, the mailman say, oh, you keep this or keep that, or the person received that, oh, yeah, discard. So it's easy. Or someone, robber, the mailman. So they have a huge, numbers of credit cards and sell and spend in the name of the others. So easy. And then besides carding, we have what else? So this discussion also was organized by topic. Well, today we organize like selling or buying or something like this. It's very organized. Back then, no. So the cybercrime scene migrate to IRC to Orkut. Do you remember Orkut? Yes, it's like the grandpa of Facebook or grandpa of Instagram. They went to them, migrate to them, and start to selling products and hacking services. And then they headed to Facebook groups, the closed ones. And then the trust among these criminals shaken, because some information start to leak, these conversations. And this fraudsters? Yeah, fraudsters, okay. Say, I'm not liking this. So what happened? So unlike the Russians or the Brazilian people and Latin American in general, cybercrime don't use underground forums. They use like surface forums. It's not a forum at all. It's WhatsApp. Come on, it's so easy. Facebook, sometimes Instagram. No, so that's it. Where it's easier, we go. We know. I don't. That people go. So Brazilian cybercrimes are quite nationalist. They operate much more in Brazil, in our territory, or even Latin American people operate in their country than abroad. Some exceptions, of course, because for this I talk about these Trojans, they are spreading all around the world. And they are not afraid to change their TTPs because, it's not working. Okay, let's change here, let's change there. Where money is easy, they are going. So, sorry, I'm kind of, nervous, so I mixing things. Everybody's okay with what I'm saying? It's okay? Okay, please. If it's weird, say, please, Isabel, stop. Say again. Thank you. Well, some common features among Latin American malwares. First, Latin America is huge. It's not just one country. I don't know, some American people don't know this, but we have like 20 countries, 14 territories, including Mexico, Central Mexico, here next to US, Central America, South America, and Caribbean. So we have a lot of countries, and Brazil is the only one who speaks Portuguese. We are different. I know. Good. So all countries are different than others. When we read some reports wrote by someone from global north, are very biased. Things like everybody's the same. Like Peru is like Mexico, or everyone is Mexican. No, it's completely different cultures, completely different everything. Even the way they talk are different. Super different. But something we have in common, we don't boast APTs. We don't have APTs in Latin America so far because there is no reason for this. Our environment is very unique for this kind of malwares, bank malwares, or some kind of fraud because the cyber criminals are very persistent. We have drug cartels, recruiting people, young people to work with cybercriminal because, come on, if I'm not selling drugs abroad, it's hard, how we can get money? So we are recruiting people. In Brazil, we have large gangs, criminal gangs that are recruiting, I think you can work with computers because it's always someone who works with computers. They don't know what they do, but is a computer person. So they recruiting them. It's weird. So please, sorry, people who born in U.S., Latin America is all this. Well, some more attributes. Even with this different social difference among us, something are very common, like some malware attributes. They try to reach the larger number of victims, everyone, everywhere. We don't, not just a specific one or one bank or one person, just, wow, you know, what, I forgot the word in English, okay, whatever. But the quality of the malwares is not so good, you know, it's just okay. Oh, thank God I speak very loud. Now it's better? Come on, people, why didn't you say before? Oh, damn. Okay, the malwares, the malwares, you know, written in Latin America is not, wow, what a malware. It's just, they work. This is the thing, they work. This is very important, just work. They reach a big number of victims, and the operators use the full potential of the malware. It's not just, I use this time and, yeah, discard it. No, they use it again and again and again. If it's working, that's good. If it's not working, yeah, okay, we try, we can modify a little bit, just a little bit, you know. It's not like this malware as a service, you know, you buy in the shelf malware. Okay, sorry, again, nervous, forgetting words, but please, if you not understand following what I'm thinking, please let me know, you know. So the operators use the malware for its full potential, and when it's not running out of capabilities, they just make some minor technical adjustment, just enough to keep it running. This is very, very, very common in Latin America. Mostly are writing in Delphi, even old, you know, old, not the new version of Delphi, but old ones. There's a lot of social engineering, because sometimes it's easy, so just click here. Oh, you get something for free. I do this. I like free things, so you give this, so click, okay. If I do this, can you picture my mom or someone that whatever. So they do this, and the thing is, with social engineering, is persuade someone to do something. Well, I think everybody knows how it works. So to trick people is kind of easy, you know, especially with free things or free money, like this bet, you know, oh, you can try here and get triple of money. You bet like $1 and get 10,000. It's super easy to trick people. And what else they use? They make a pop-up showing the screen, you know, to steal the data. It's a fake pop-up, you know, it's an overlay screen. So the people, oh, what's this? I have to put my credentials here. Okay, but it's fake. Even if the mouse don't move, they use this. And they use a lot of, even try, in the motto to do this, you know, to trick people, usually is like, oh, we have update. Oh, you have to update your computer right now. You have to update your bank platform right now. It's very important. Everything is super urgent. Oh, it has to be now. And people insert their credentials, their credit card numbers, and passwords, and everything. With this pop-up screen, they steal data. Anyway, this is very regular, but this is the thing what happened in Latin America. Not much different than this, because it's not lazy, but why do I have to work so much if I can get money just doing this simple thing I can? And then they write multiple variants. How can I pronounce this? Variant? Okay, cool. With minor modifications, you know, they are developed simultaneously. It's not just try one, I develop one and sell, and then it's not working, I try again. No, they develop many, lots, and that's it. And threat actors disseminate this variant all around, and this is very effective. Basically, you know, the flow chart of chain attack like this, like collect information about the machine, Send notification, scan active windows, and if found a target window, okay, let's go. If not, oh, let's come back. And then the communication with the commander, with CC, and display fake pop-up windows. This is the base of Latin American Trojans works, basically are these. And something very, very interesting. Malware families share many, many functions, like Grandoreiro, Ozaban. As I say, it's very funny names, even for me. This doesn't mean anything, these words. It's just words. Grandoreiro, Ozaban, who found out this, every company give a name. So this is lots of name. Like, for example, Ozaban, this threat often abuse cloud services to download the second stage of payload and Google Docs to retrieve the C2 configuration. And another one, Casbanero, they deliver a malware loader, call it Bat Loader, and a rat. That the name is very good, aka Ave Maria. It's like praying Ave Maria, that's very Catholic praying. And for example, through the malware execution, they use algorithms to decrypt, the strings. But these algorithms parses the hexadecimal strings and use a chain of char operation, this key to previous byte of the string. This happens. And where they come from, this book. Someone wrote this book, and this family is just copy and paste to use. See, it's in everywhere. Yeah, it's funny, right? You are laughing. It's funny, but works a lot. Really, really works. It's stupid, but works. This is the point of my talk, This works. Basically, they do the same. They are different, but they are the same, It's this. Don't think I or cyber criminals are bad. No, they are super cool, but they don't need to work too much to get money. Just, yeah, let's do it. I don't know if some people are aware of Mafalda, It's a comic book, this little girl, super cute little girl. Of course, she did not talk about droppers originally, but it's like the malwares as a service, off-the-shelf malwares. Oh, I want you a dropper, a bank Trojan, and this and that, and another two and that, and someone, okay, this is for you. So it's very common, to attract actors to buy this kind of malwares, AKA malwares as a service. Something as a service is a big business right now, and adjusted to execute it. For example, Emotet, everyone knows Emotet is huge, is big, and even Homeland Department classified as the most devastating malware because they have this wormable feature, so it's bad. But that's it. They buy and use, execute. But here, sorry, gringos, this is not happening in Latin America, because every little thing you say, oh, this is not work. I'm not working this anymore, I buy a new one. But not us, we change everything, little adjustment, as I said before, and let's try again and again and again. It's like, your old clothes you give for your younger siblings, and then the other siblings, and to the cousins, until that turn a wreck, and this unusable. Is the same with our malwares. Basically, is this. So, let's go to the more technical part. Latin America banking Trojans collect information about the victim's machine. This usually consists of computer name, username, unique identifier, and indications whether the security or banking protection software are installed. The persistent usually is through Windows registry, but they don't use much, the persistent stage. They use, but it's rare, it's not so. Why? We can go jump, But the evasion part, they use a lot of low beans, defense evasion, and you can check the LOBAS project, to see how they can use the low beans in different ways, very creative ways. So you can check there. And this technique, DLL side loading, they use a lot. This is the most used thing. They capture credentials, data, in the browser. Astaroth and Mispadu, their families I will talk about later, they capture browser cookies. This is very specific for these malwares. And the screen overlay, this was taken, from one of our, the guy I used to work, he's a malware analyst, not me. He took this print, the real campaign that was running, this overlay screen. So the cyber criminal is trying to, lure this guy. And the final infection of chain, the malware mentioned, all the mentions here, they place this overlay screen. This is the thing they do, The cyber criminal then have this remote access to the computer in order to perform bank transactions. And this overlay prevents the user to see or to touch in anything else, That's it, They just can see this picture. They can change other screen or move the mouse or something like this. They lose all the control of the computer. Now, some Latin America banking Trojans. Yes, they are weird, like this family, very nice family. So let's dive a little bit into some of the families. Okay, Casbanero. This word doesn't mean anything at all. This is this infection, it's infection chain. Now, it starts with usually with email, they send a URL malicious. Can you read this or choose more?
I can't hear them up front.
Oh, good. You can read for everybody, please. I can read from here. I'm not using my glasses. Please, can you do this? Help us. Oh, it's in Portuguese, sorry. No, you can't. Sorry. Okay, but with this, you can picture how it works, right? Or no? Can I explain? Yeah, what? Yeah, I understand. Oh, yes, please explain everything. Well, wow, I don't know what happened here, but it's yellow, the letters here. I can read in yellow because it's with white. They target accounts from, financial institutions, even cryptocurrencies as well. And they screen the same as explained before. What they do, this malware is obfuscate code, encrypt strings, and anti-analysis protection like anti-VM and anti-debugger functions. They have this malicious DLL indicating the intrusion institution target. Oh, now I see what's an institution. So the threads are encrypted in a custom algorithm used by Latin American Trojans. They do what the malwares do, nothing different. And one thing different in this family is that they can monitor Bitcoin wallet. They copy it to the wallet and they replace with their addresses, so they can do everything. Okay, now Mispado. Mispado has been linked with many spam campaigns targeting especially Bolivia, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Portugal. One of their main strategies is to compromise legitimate websites searching for vulnerable versions, especially from WordPress, to turn them into their C2 to spread the malware from there. So, cool, nice. They try to filter this, filter out by country to the country they wish, to attack. They drop in different types of malware based on the country they are infected. So in Brazil it's one, and it's the same but different, as I said before, but they use, here, the infection chain. Oh, sorry, this is in Portuguese as well, but sorry, I forgot to translate. But is this, if someone would like to read out loud. See, you can speak in Spanish as well, please. So, Mispado is a multi-stage infection strategy because they split the malicious techniques in two different components, making it harder to detect. It's super hard because they split. And then they adversary hide the malware inside a fake certification, so it's harder to detect. And they use Cert-U2, because it's a legitimate Windows program. And then they decode and execute the banking Trojan. So one of the campaigns they run in 2019, especially in Chile, to distribute this malware through Facebook ads. That's like faking McDonald's, discounts. Happens a lot. So many people, fault and it's malware. And an important feature of this malware process, because the Trojan and the command and control server has not changed since the first attacks, even though it works, not changed, the C2, but it's still running. Most recently, this lovely family, backed by unpopular demand, they tried to identify 20 different campaigns, like from last end of 2022 to now. Folks from Metabase Q from Mexico identify these campaigns. They're using like banking Trojans, spent all around. Mecocho. Mecocho is a very interesting, very active in Brazil. There are very long infection chain, really, really, really long. This is very simplified. You can find this. That is in English. This is in English, actually, because when I wrote this report for the previous company I work was in English. So now you can see. No, sorry, it's in Portuguese again. Sorry. Oh my God, I read some like phishing URL. But can you understand? Can you understand? Yes, no? Yes. Yeah, kind of? Cool.
What's content?
Here?
Okay.
So very active in Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mexico. Starting 2020, start to target now, like 3 years ago, they start to target countries in Europe and Spain, Italy, Portugal. The family uses custom encryption. They use low bins as well. And they use a lot of this technique named binary padding. Super cool. Lots of shit inside that, so it's hard. And they use scheduled tasks to start infection stage as well, and execute a specific file, but never, never, never use persistent. This is very unique, very long infection chain. Don't use persistent because it's rare, but happens a lot. And they're TTPs, very long list of TTPs. Mecocho, this uses this scheduled task to start an infection stage. In the next minute, they execute a specific file, and that's it. Super cool. And Astaroth, this is my favorite, because everything is automated there. They just automate everything. The process is automated, unlike the other malwares. They use many human parts, so humans can fail, but if you automate it, it's more difficult to do this. So each phishing they send, email phishing, is a unique compilation of malware. So this is basically almost impossible to detect them by rash, and difficult to create Yara, I say in English? Yara rules, because each email is different. So they spend like 1 million emails per day. It's a lot of mail, All of their structure is based on cloud, and they have their own domains. Even the third-party services they protect against the DOS attacks. So very hard to remove this guy. So this is more modern malware we have, Astaroth. And come on, 1 million spent per day is a lot. The campaigns are massive, very generic, The campaigns like, oh, click here to access your Google Drive or DocuSign or something like this. The infection chain is easier. Again, in English. Sorry, guys, so sorry, but if you want, I can translate for you and send. Sorry, maybe it's easy. This malware exploits websites vulnerable to cross-site scripting, attacks, and deliver the initial payloads. And then here, the phishing is very, yes, I know, this is in Portuguese, I know, because this is the campaign, it's in Portuguese, but you can see, DocuSign, download your document here, this and that. They link the victim like Google Drive, DocuSign, blah, blah, blah. And something very, very cool, they are very hungry. They steal website sessions. I love this one, the Cookie Monsters. And And now what? So, as I say, they are very simple, super simple, but work a lot. And why this more works? Because the threat landscape in Latin America and in Brazil, is very specific. We have, despite everybody is connected to internet, they are not so savvy in how to protect themselves. I know here as well, like in US, I know this, but people, oh, it's a weird link. Okay, let me click. I want to download a game or a VPN. They do this a lot because in Brazil or in Latin America, it's super expensive, you know. For example, to buy $1, I spend R$5, so everything's super expensive. What the people do, they crack. They just download, you know, they are pirates. For this malware happens mostly, you know. Oh, let me find some trick to my game, and happens a lot. Softwares, VPNs, and they go to W's place like, what's this? Oh, this look like X video, but it's like XX video. Oh, I go there. So it's super easy to download these malwares. But on the other hand, the adversaries, they are kind of lazy, not lazy, but okay, I can do this with a little effort, and they have a limited patient, you know, they just deliver, you know, the threat and change a little and modify a little, as I said before, like to older sibling, to younger, to the cousin, to blah, 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 blah. And use a lot of social engineer, but these guys don't have very hard technical skills. They are super shallow, you know, really shallow. They buy it and modify a little, and they not even think about their OPSEC, so it's easy to spot them. So why they are not in jail? Because mostly in Latin America, this kind of guys don't go to jail. We are trying this very hard, you know. For this, we have Jobs Forever, cybersecurity people. And Brazil right now they signed this Budapest Convention. That means international cooperation among the countries everywhere. So it'll be easier to arrest these guys. But even if they are arrested, other ones will show up, and again, a lot of problems. And, well, last year, the Kaspersky threat report said that Brazil generates about 60% of all malwares in the world and in Latin America. It's a lot of malwares, followed by Mexico and then Peru. It's a lot of malware we produce. I'm not you know, it's not a very good title, I know, but thanks for this, I have job forever. This is good, and then I can afford to come here to talk for you about this. Hopefully next year I'll be less nervous and my English is a little bit better. I promise you my English is better than this, but I'm a little bit nervous. And then that's all, folks. But wait, the best part I did, please. Cadê? There is a music, like Succession music. Hold on. And that's it. Thank you. Someone have a question? Yes. I would like to talk there loud for everybody. Okay.
Hello? If it's basically the same malware, why isn't it caught by antivirus?
They just happen, you know, It's not the same. It's a little bit different, you know. They have different names, you know. They target different countries, you know. As I say, if it's working, it's working. When it stops to work, they modify a little bit. For this, they keep on going and running, just for this. Don't need to start from scratch, you know. They just reuse this a lot. For this works, and cheaper than buy a new one. Oh, yeah. Someone else?
I know you said, I don't think it works. Yo.
Louder. I know you can speak louder.
I know you said the desktop attack was the most common one.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know generally speaking, what's the most common software that they're using on their desktops? Is it like Windows? What
Well, worldwide is Windows because it's cheaper. You can crack this. You can download like for free. So there is, of course, there are malwares to Mac, to Linux. We know this, but it's a little bit rare because not everybody uses Windows. I have to use Windows sometimes, but okay, I have some protections in my computer, and I use Mac, as you see. So, and I don't use Bank here. Yeah, I am bulletproof, baby. No, just kidding.
So is it mostly Windows 10, Windows 7?
No, even the new Windows, because everybody use Windows. Most people use like Android phones because it's cheaper than iOS. So there's much more malware to Android than to iOS or Xiaomi or other brands. Just this. That's easy.
I think it's working now. Primeiro, muito obrigada pelo discurso bem interessante. Eu amei.
Thank you for trying to speak in Portuguese. Thank you a lot.
My question is, a lot of the families you went over, you mentioned they had European targets too. So in your opinion, are these Brazilian operators selling the malware overseas, or are they just reaching targets because they have similar language, like the victims speak similar languages? What's your opinion?
Both, actually both. Some cells, sometimes we don't know which one is. It's hard to, to spot the exactly person. We know the families because the TTPs are similar, but we don't know who is, behind the malwares. So they sell, and of course, if the language is similar, like to Portugal or to Spain, is easier, or even Italy is not the same language, but Latin languages is easier, But some malwares are targeting like UK, for example. They sell, and I don't know if it's because they sell and it's kind of easy, some bank protections. Besides everything I said, we have very good protections in banking in Brazil. One of the first internet bankings, online bankings in Brazil start like in 1996. We have very good protections, but of course there are holes there. But abroad, especially in the UK, here I don't know. I don't have this vision in the US, but in Europe they have a lot of fails. So for this, and because it's easy, it's there, why not? Just kidding.
Obrigada.
You're welcome. Someone else? That's it? 1, 2, okay!
So how effective is Latin American law enforcement?
Can you repeat louder?
How effective are Latin American police in finding some of these
Well, we have a very good police trying to find these cyber criminals, of course, and everywhere. But our cyber crime policies is not that good. It's good. It's just okay, not good enough. But there are a lot of people working against, like me, for my folks here from Brazil or Latin America. We are trying hard to. But when you arrest some cyber criminal, it's not so easy everywhere in the world. We see like a large ransomware groups being arrested because it's ransomware, A lot of people, a lot of big companies lost money, and then they really try to catch these guys, but not the malwares. It's very specific. But yeah, they are good, not the best. Well, but they are good. They're not so. I'm not diminishing is a word, or Brazil or Latin America at all. I'm very proud of, where I live, and the police they try to catch these bad guys, and the cybersecurity, we are very good, okay? Really good. But yeah, they're good, but like in everywhere else, sometimes it's hard to detect. You're welcome. Oh, I have to stop now. But if you have another further question, please, you can reach me here. I didn't put, as you see, a QR code because no one would scan. But I promise I can explain better with less pressure what I did. I know sometimes it's hard to understand what I say because I was nervous. But please reach me out, or I'll be around here in DEF CON and Black Hat and around if you want to ask something and say my hair is beautiful right now. I appreciate. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, oh.
We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's their support along with other sponsors, donors and volunteers that makes this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speaker and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phone are set to silent mode. If you have any question, you can use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome our speakers.
Hello and welcome to our talk. So if you're here and read this title, Hyperscale Detection and Response, maybe you've faced a similar problem with your SIM that's scaling. And if you're just passing by and thought that this talk was cool, we got you covered. So in a few slides, we'll go over our introductions, what was the problem that we faced, how we approached it, how we solved it, a short demo, and then we'll leave you with some future thoughts. So who am I? I am Neerja Sonavane. I manage eBay's security analytics and detection engineering team. I led the development and delivery of Argus, that's the hyperscale detection and incident response platform for eBay. And when I'm not coding or when I'm not working, I'm usually attending music concerts or I like to dance. And if not that, then I'm fostering kittens from the local rescue center. Over to you, Kiran.
Thank you, Neerja. Hi, everyone. I'm Kiran Shirali. So I and my team are Neerja's customers in eBay. So I lead the detection engineering team. I know she said security analytics and detection engineering, so I guess I work for her too. So we are the team that basically writes security detections based on logs, does security research, and we look at malicious content in support of our 24/7 incident response team. That's what my team does, and when I'm not in endless meetings and at work, I like to go out for hikes, and especially on sunny days, if the day is not sunny, I like to sit back with a good fiction book. So let me set the problem statement as to what we want to talk about and what we wanted to solve, right? And also give you the context as to how we got there and as to how eBay functions, because that context is very important. Now, before I jump into that, I'm curious. A quick show of hands of all of you who work in incident response or you support incident response through like a sister function like detection engineering, security tools, or SIM development, who all in the room? Okay, that's quite a few. Awesome. So let me set some context as to how we function. I'm pretty sure this is very similar to how your teams work. So we've got very specialized teams in eBay. We've got assets that we need to monitor. So somebody from detection engineering will go and work with these owners. You know, we do modeling on what potential attacks can happen on them. We analyze what logging artifacts are there on these systems. We then work with a log onboarding team to get these logs onto a centralized SIM. Right? We write security content on these logs. We push it to production, and then when something malicious happens, alerts are generated from those contents, and our incident response team, aka CSIRT, responds to them. So while not on this figure, we primarily use ServiceNow as a case management system, wherein all our incident engineers are there. But all analysis of logs and investigations is done on this centralized SIM. Now let me spend a quick moment on infrastructure, because it's important. We've got multiple zones, but at a very high level, think of two large zones inside of eBay networks. One is MP, what we call as marketplaces. So that's got any infrastructure that supports ebay.com. That's production infrastructure. There's an infrastructure engineering team that manages this whole zone. Then we also have Corp. Corp is anything that has got to do with employees and employee services. There's a separate engineering team for that, infrastructure engineering team. So two infrastructure engineering teams got their own stuff, their own CMDBs, adds a level of complexity, right? On top of that, we are predominantly on-prem. We manage our own data centers, so almost 95% of our deployment is all on-prem. We've got a little bit of footprint on public cloud like Google Cloud and Azure, but predominantly it's on-prem. Also, being a mature company, we essentially have a lot of custom stuff. So out of the box, connectors don't really work for us. We have to build things to be able to get logging artifacts. So all of this adds complexity to our monitoring challenge. Now, remember, I also said about scale of marketplaces, right? There's a lot of scale, there's a lot of servers. Now that adds the problem of scaling in terms of large-scale security logging data sets. I will share numbers in a little bit about how much our day-to-day logging ingestion is at, but scale is a problem. And then finally, when we started this journey, we were on a lot of unreliable data transport protocols, so log loss had become a huge issue for us. So all of these were the problems that we needed to solve, this talk is about this, right? So what did we do? How did we solve this? Our monitoring and detection and response journey started almost a decade back. Somewhere around at 2014. At that time, we wanted to expand coverage. We went out at that and looked at the more popular SIMs out there. We settled on the most popular SIM. We bought the SIM. The InfoSec team deployed it, set up all the infrastructure for indexers, forwarders, search ad clusters. We reached out to the teams within marketplaces and Corp, got all syslogs. I know syslogs very unreliable, but nonetheless we got it. We started writing detection rules on it. We piped our alerts into ServiceNow for our incident response team to work on. 1 terabyte per day logging became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. I don't know, some of you are in incident response, some of you work with incident response. Anytime I talk to my incident response team, they go, oh yeah, get us more logs, get us more data, get us more context. To err on the side of caution, just get us everything, right? So to meet that need, we kept on expanding and expanding and expanding. And then we started feeling the burn of licensing fees at 20 terabytes per day. at that time we realized this is not tenable. This is not scalable. We got to do something, right? So we went back to the drawing board and we started thinking, what could we do? How can we still ensure that we are reducing risk for eBay, expanding monitoring coverage, but not breaking the bank? And we started internally looking at what could maybe eBay's infrastructure teams provide us, how can we solve this problem? And that is when Nija's team came in and helped us solve this issue. So I'm going to hand it back to her to walk us through the rest of the story.
Thank you, Kiran. So as Kiran was suggesting, we had two major problems to solve. One was the reliability issue and the other was scaling issue. So how did we go about the reliability issue? While we were researching, we realized that one of our eBay's internal infrastructure team called as Unified Monitoring Platform leverages Elastic Beats to reliably collect logs from marketplace hosts. These Elastic Beats agents reliably sent logs to the eBay's infra ingress, and then from this ingress we added our pipeline that was 3 components, predominantly Kafka, Apache Flink, and Hadoop. Why we chose these 3 components? The choice was straightforward for us. Kafka is a distributed stream processing, log collection, and transportation mechanism which integrates seamlessly with Apache Flink. Again, Kafka can be used to transport transport data reliably between different components of a SIM. So moving on to Flink, Flink is a very robust and a very strong, powerful stream processing engine that worked well for us. And at the massive scale, you can basically scale it to however you want to. Moving on to, this solved our reliability problem, and then moving on to the scaling problem, we wanted to save these logs, like huge petabytes of logs, reliably and cost effectively. And while we were thinking, Hadoop was a no-brainer for us because it has practically flat or linear cost for all the ingestion, and again, we had an eBay's internal team supporting our Hadoop clusters. So the synergy of Kafka, Apache Flink, and Hadoop was the way to go for us. While we were discussing about the data pipeline reliability and scaling issue, we realized that we can leverage Flink and its massive computing power to build a detection or an event pipeline. And then we leverage Flink SQL to build detection logic and reliably get the data, build the detection logic, and sync alerts to ServiceNow, which is again our case management system. So the whole concept is called as Argus, and these 3 components are the open source components that work as a SIM as well as a data analytics platform for us. I'll quickly go over a short demo to show how easy it is for a detection engineer to write a detection use case using Flink SQL, and for an incident response engineer to go on ServiceNow, look at the alerts, and perform investigations using Hadoop UI. So this is how a Flink SQL dashboard looks like. Whenever you are trying to build it, it may look a bit different. This is a Rios dashboard. Again, Rios is the team that maintains Apache Flink and Kafka for us. They've added a SQL editor for us, and when a detection engineer goes to write a detection script, they'll usually use this editor, write the script, name it, use the SQL version that they want to, and then go on editing their Flink SQL script. So I will go over the different components of the script one by one and show you how you can leverage the power of Flink SQL to build a detection use case. As you can see, you can import any user-defined function here. Again, a user-defined function can be written in Java, so the possibilities are endless. You can create a function using your imported user-defined function and use it in your script. Now let's talk about the 3 components of the script. The first being the log source table. This table will imagine a Kafka stream. So the log source table will get the data, pull the data from the input log stream. Then we are going to do some detection logic on the log stream and then sync the relevant alerts or the logs that match your detection logic back to the Kafka stream. And then you can route it anywhere you want to. So I define a log source table with the relevant fields. I create an alert sync table and define it with the relevant fields. Here I'm using the connector type Kafka. You can use any connector type that matches your architecture. The third component is the actual detection logic component in the script. Here we are inserting into alert sync. Again, it's pretty simple. You can plug your detection logic, the fields that match the detection logic from the log source table will be inserted into alert sync. Once the detection logic is complete, the detection engineer will basically save the script and then spin off a Flink job from this. And these are all the running Flink jobs. Again, they are running on streaming data. So all these detections will continuously run on a real-time data. This is where the detection engineer's work stops and an incident response engineer work starts. So this is a ServiceNow dashboard where you can see test alerts. I will walk you through one of the alerts. So when an incident response engineer gets an alert, these are some alert metadata fields, some additional information. Again, we've worked with our internal ServiceNow automation team to get a customized SIM drill down link in the alert itself. When a CSERT engineer clicks on this SIM drill down link, it redirects them to a UI. Now this UI is what we call Zeta. Again, you can use any other UI of your choice. You can use any OLAP, or it can be as simple as a Hive query to interface with your Hadoop backend. And I'll go over what is a drill down. So, once an alert is triggered, it can be triggered by one matching event or multiple matching events. So when an incident response engineer sees an alert, they want to have additional context, additional information, and want to be able to correlate it with additional data to make an informed decision. So while they are routed to a Hadoop UI, we have a pre-populated query that is the drill down search that will be running and will give them the results and the relevant data in seconds. And once the relevant data is given, again, you can plug and play your own logic here, and once the drill down is running and it gives the output, they can easily use this to make an informed decision whether the alert is benign or a true positive. Now, what should be our future state, you say? So, we are currently leveraging Argus as our secondary SIM, and we are in the process of migrating all the content from our third-party SIM to Argus. In the future state, we want to completely get rid of a third-party SIM, and we want to build an ingress that is getting logs from Corp as well as Marketplace, and then leverage Argus as our centralized SIM and completely move off of our dependency of a third-party SIM. And how did this approach help us? Let's hear it from the customer. Over to you, Kiran.
Thank you, Neja. That was pretty cool, huh? That's a lot of content that we had to put together so that you can digest it in a 20-minute demo. But the gist of this whole presentation was that open source components tend to work, right? It has worked for us. It will work for you too. We used Apache Kafka, Apache Flink, Hadoop. You can too. You can use Elastic Beats to basically get data sets. We built our own ingress. There's a custom ingress, but you can use something like Logstash. So if you are thinking about open source components for your incident response team, your detection team, you can come and talk to us. There was a lot of things that we already evaluated. We can give you suggestions. If you think that a detailed blog post about how we set this up would help you, let us know. We have contact details right at the end of this talk. You can reach out to us or just come up after this conversation. Also, you may think, oh, is this a lot of coding, scripting? How would my security engineers be comfortable with this? So we use the principle of keep it simple. Right? You saw Nija walk us through a Fling script job. That's essentially a detection rule that has been templated. So they gave us these templates. So my team can only focus on the SQL content that is needed to look for that detection. Right? When alerts fire and then an alert is generated, incident response is looking at it, the drill down searches immediately go to a templatized query on Hadoop. So that way an incident engineer only needs to tweak the query and run it, and they don't need to relearn a lot of these things. So by making it simple for the security engineers on our team, we were able to adopt the system and embrace the system. Now, in summary, how did this help us? First of all, remember I said we were breaking the bank at 20 terabytes per day? We are now at 55 terabytes per day in security logging. And we are having higher coverage. Our CISO is no longer complaining about my SIM costs anymore. Large data sets. We are now able to query large data sets. And this is important because we're thinking about our future. And just hold on to that thought. I'll come to it in a few seconds. We're no longer dependent on customer support of a vendor. If we need anything, we need something customized, all we do is we just turn around, Nija sitting right next to us, we go, hey Nija, can you build this for us? Right? And we get that support. We have embraced open source, which means that we can build, we can contribute back to the community. And then finally, we are thinking about machine learning because we've got these large data sets now. We never had it in our third-party SIM. And we are looking at what can we build using ML or simple ML models to get better insights. And our hope is a year from now, we can come back, stand on the same stage and walk you through our journey of ML and Argus. But till then, this was our talk. Thank you for coming. Any questions?
Thank you. This was a really great talk. So in terms of like the open source, you mentioned contributing back. How do you budget time for engineers to contribute back to these open source libraries? And what types of things are you trying to contribute back?
Hi, I can take that. So just an example of how we would do that. There have been a lot of customization while we are trying to connect to some public clouds like GCP. We have Flink that is that's kind of tweaked to our system and our architecture. So if there is a connector that needs to be built to leverage the power of the GCP PubSub and get the logs onto our pipeline, that's Argus, we end up doing a lot of custom stuff. Recently we had this example of having a synchronous PubSub connector, that's Flink GCP connector, and then we had to build an asynchronous one. It was funny enough that there wasn't an asynchronous Flink GCP connector built, and then while we were building our own stuff and our own connector, we thought of, hey, we can just contribute it back. So these are some examples where while we are tweaking these systems for our own custom architecture, we realize that while we are working, we're also we can shed that time and then just like hone it for more open source contributions. Thank you.
I guess this makes it simpler for everyone. So thank you. No, this is a great presentation. I do want to know what were some of the alternatives that you had discussed or considered in this process that you didn't immediately go, wow, this is great. We could just go directly to Kafka and then automate. Yeah, nobody has that insight. So what are some of the considerations? There's also the consideration of saving some of the FTE or the people power within the company and outsourcing that to someone who has an off-the-shelf solution that could handle maybe some of these use cases. Or things like Spark, to handle streaming. I know that they have a streaming service too. So were there other kind of alternatives that you considered and eliminated?
So we did look at a couple of solutions out there when we were looking evaluating this situation, right? We were looking at other SIMs, other stuff. But one of the push that came from all the way from the top is that there's a culture of open source that our CTO and our CISO is embracing. And that has been a strong factor because we use it. There's the aspect of also contributing back. Also, the second thing that went very strongly into this factor is the fact that a lot of the platforms were being used by infrastructure teams within eBay, so we didn't need to reinvent the wheel. And we could just leverage an existing platform, take it only for our portions, like think of it as a cluster just for us, and be able to write stuff specifically for us. So it was that combination, again, for our scale and what we wanted to achieve, the pros and cons, this was like the best pro, and that's why we went here. Again, it has not, you're right, it has not been like we woke up in the morning and said, yeah, today we're going to do Flink and SQL. This, like I said, the journey started all the way back from 2014. The solution, I think it was 2018, 2019, was when we started on this plan of Flink and the data pipeline, and eventually it became an event pipeline for us.
Can I quickly follow up on that?
Sure.
So outside of these considerations for your specific company's requirements, are there things that the audience can take away that were considerations that were eliminated along that process, that were heavy considerations that people should be considering here?
So the best thing that I would say as a takeaway is a lot of these technology stacks, we fear them, at least we did, because they were unknowns. Once we started using them, you quickly realize that they're very easy to use. They, as long as you have some kind of a engineering background, you can write code that it can reach out to REST APIs and things like that. So that's what I would say. Just look at them, just play with them, and you will see that a lot of these tech stacks actually do work. And that's what I would say should be a takeaway from this talk.
And if in case you're also asking for any technologies that we tested and thought that this isn't working, we did try a few of those. We tried Druid, we tried Elastic, we tried S3. So we tried a bunch of those, and then I think these three components fit the best for us. So in terms of technology, yes, we did try a few things.
I think I speak for a lot of people here that a write-up on this would be awesome. This is a lot of good information. Probably the second thing was, how many millions was Splunk costing you in the first couple of months?
We should talk after the talk.
Yeah, you should talk after the talk, yes. Yeah. Just our licensing fees did become very expensive, and because of our scale, this made a lot of sense for us, right? And this would work for us. I know we are out of time, so if you have any questions, please, we'll be right here after the talk. Please come up. But thank you so much for attending our talk. I tried to make a joke out of it. I don't know if the joke came.
And I have a few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsors Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have any questions, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Christina.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Christina Liu. Oh my goodness, this mic. Who am I? I am a senior security engineer at Cisco Meraki. I am also a certified information privacy technologist. I am at Cthulhu on, I guess it's Twitter. And I have a website if you want to find me later. So what will this talk cover? First, we're going to get into why this is important. Second, we're going to get into what is personally identifiable information or data. Then we will go into the dangers of re-identification. Then we will end with some practical takeaways that hopefully you can go and implement. So, to better understand the power of personally identifiable data, I want to play an imagination game. And to do this, I am going to make a game for all the burrito lovers out there. I'm here to espouse the wonders of Burrito Match. This app is the hottest thing in burrito recommendation engines. This app will take all of your likes, dislikes, run it through its algorithms, and find you your perfect burrito. So to do that, it will need your dietary stuff, like are you pescatarian, vegan, omnivore, and do you have any dietary restrictions? Are you gluten-free? Do you need your food to be halal, kosher? Do you, for some reason, hate avocados? It will take all this information, run it through its algorithms, and find that perfect burrito. But not only is it a perfect burrito, it's the perfect burrito that's closest to you right now, because time is of the essence when you're hungry and kind of hungover. So this app is so freaking good. You use it like every day for 6 months because ain't nobody got time to cook. But what if this app was not forthcoming about its data sharing policies? What if the information that you like every burrito with extra sour cream and 2 Modelo's, which exceed the doctor-recommended weekly good idea stuff, that information gets sold up to health insurance providers, and for some reason, your health insurance premiums goes up. Now, even worse, what if the information gets then sold up to organizations and companies that do religious surveillance, which is possible because it has location data and halal kosher filters. Now, this app suddenly goes from like whimsical and fun to dangerous and disturbing. So thank goodness that this app is completely imaginary, but there were and are apps that are personal data nightmares. Does anybody remember with the super old iPhones how the light only turned on when we took flash photography, which was a feature that nobody liked? What we actually wanted was the light to stay on so that we could use it like a flashlight. And because of this user-driven demand, there became this proliferation of flashlight apps all over the place. I'm going to talk about one in particular, and it's the flashlight app done by iHandy. And an analysis that was conducted by AppAuthority, which is a mobile security software company, they found that the flashlight app had access to the user's location, could read the user's calendar, could use their camera, and had access to the unique ID of the device itself. And with that information, they also had the ability to then send that information up to advertising networks, all without user consent. And users care what happens to their data. So in a 2022 consumer privacy survey done by Cisco, 76% of the people surveyed said that they would not buy from a company that they do not trust with their data. And not only is this a trust issue, this is a user respect issue because whatever code you write, whatever software you're involved with building, it will impact people. And you want your impact to be positive, and you want to be building better and safer products. You don't want products rife with unintended consequences in the code and in the architecture, because when privacy and security are mishandled, the consequences affect people in very real ways. So here's a chart from 2017 from Experience. It was a little out of date, but it shows the dollar value of people's information on the dark web. So your social security number was worth about $1, which is kind of surprising. But passport information is worth $1,000 to $2,000. So in this chart, you can see some real quantifiable harms that this generate. And it should be obvious now that privacy is important, but like, what is privacy? So privacy usually gets talked about in terms of like buzzwords and rants in our industry, and we usually hear about privacy in terms of damages in the millions of dollars lost in terms of like data breaches. But at its core, privacy is an individual's rights to maintain control over their personal information, because privacy allows people the ability to be themselves. It gives them the ability to control what to share, where to share it, and with who they're sharing it with. And thank goodness, privacy can be achieved through policy, such as legal and corporate policy, and also technical engineering controls. And hand in hand with privacy comes security, especially in this modern age. We should all know the answer to this one. What is information security? But again, this industry is rife with buzzwords, rants, so many rants, and our talk of threat actors. And our most popular threat actors are always hackers, hackers, and more hackers. Now, privacy, Angelina Jolie aside, security at its core is the systems and the controls built to protect information. That's what it is. And the information that we are protecting are things like proprietary code, credit card numbers, and yes, personally identifiable information, often referred to as PII in an acronym form. So security can help achieve privacy, but it alone is not enough to protect privacy and PII. When we get into PII, it's usually categorized into two buckets, sensitive and non-sensitive. And what counts in different buckets will depend on your country, depend on a jurisdiction, depend on your laws. So be very careful when you are creating the classification for what is sensitive and non-sensitive PII. So sensitive PII, as defined by the Department of Homeland Security, is data that if lost, compromised, or disclosed without authorization could result in substantial harm, embarrassment, inconvenience, or unfairness to an individual. But the TLDR is any information that can quickly and accurately identify an individual. So some examples up at the top is Social Security number. That number follows us throughout our lives. We need it for everything from employment to housing. Driver's license numbers, we don't usually change these unless we are moving to another state. And biometrics information, because I don't have the Men in Black zapper, so I gotta keep these. So now we go into non-sensitive PII. And that is basically information that by itself is not generally considered to be a risk to an individual's privacy or security. And so this information is generally collected for things like marketing, customer service, research, but care is still needed to ensure that this data is protected from unauthorized use, access, disclosure, destruction, all that good stuff. Because even though by itself, when you take one piece of data, if you can have multiple pieces of data that then can quickly and accurately identify an individual, then that becomes dangerous. So for example, if you just have an address, you might not be able to find that person, especially if they're living in a giant apartment building. But if you have an address, a gender, and a birthday, you may be able to find the person you're looking for. So to protect data and to be able to use collected data, there's a concept called de-identification. And that is the tools and the techniques that organizations use to minimize the privacy risk of storing and publishing data containing PII. Here are common de-identification methods. Note here, they may be called different things depending on your industry, but the idea, very, very similar. First one we're going to talk about is redaction. Is the idea of removing data from a data set. So I like to think of redaction in terms of like Hollywood military movies, where they'll have a letter and then they'll cut out sensitive information from it, so you have like a letter with a bunch of holes in it. So same thing, removing data. So for example, if you have a data set that has people's names and social security numbers, can you remove the social security numbers and still get what you need done? The next one is masking, is also known as pseudonymization. It's the idea of just like obscuring your PII. So instead of having clear text social security numbers, can you replace it with all stars or make smaller stars? Or can you run these fields through functions that will generate real random strings and fields? Next is generalization, the idea of grouping your data to get rid of those specifics. So for example, if you have a data set where you have people's ages, so instead of publishing their actual age or storing their actual age, can you instead say that these people are over 18, under 18, over 65, under 65? Then we get into obfuscation, which is the idea of adding noise to your data. So again, if we think about the data set with ages, so instead of having the age, can you round their age up or down to the nearest decade? Can you instead average out everybody's age in the data set to be like, between 46 and 54, or something like that? A note here is that obfuscation can be aggressive and can make your data harder to use, but if you are dealing with data sets with very sensitive information, like healthcare records, this could be a good way to go. So safe data handling and disclosure is more important now than ever before because companies are getting fined big time. So back in May of this year, the Ireland Data Protection Commission fined Meta $1.8 billion with a B dollars. They ordered Meta to stop sending EU users information to the US. So Meta is actually still appealing this, so only time will tell whether or not they're going to have to pay this and what they're going to be doing with that data. So protecting PII is important because we're really not anonymous anymore on the internet, and re-identification can happen from data sets that have been de-identified. This was proven in 2006 by two researchers from the University of Texas. Their names are Arwen Narayanan and Vitaly Shmatakov. They're not actually Lego people. I just couldn't find real images of them. So in 2006, Netflix had a contest called Netflix Prize. It was a $1 million prize contest where they asked engineers to help create a better movie recommendation algorithm for Netflix. And to facilitate this work, Netflix released a data set that had information of over 10 million movies, had information of almost 500,000 of their subscribers, and 6 years worth of that data. So what our researchers did was they took the information from the Netflix data set and was able to cross-reference it from the public records in IMDb. And from that, they could re-identify the user in the Netflix data set by simply matching whether how someone ranked a movie. So did they like this movie or dislike this movie? And 2 of those rankings could have been inaccurate, and the posting day could differ by 14 days. And with just this little tiny bit of information, Narayanan and Shmatakov were 99% confident that the users could be re-identified. So kind of scary. But also, they published that other traits, like sexual preference, political party, and things like that, could be inferred about this person because how we rank movies on whether or not we like them are very specific to our own personal interests. Another example from re-identification happening from unlikely data sources is an experiment done by Dr. LaTanya Sweeney. She is the founder and the director of the Data Privacy Lab at Harvard. So she had an experiment that showed that you could match hospital records to newspaper articles. So she got a data set from the state of Washington, and this data set had information about patient demographics, clinical diagnosis, procedures. This was de-identified, so names and addresses were removed, but some of them still had their zip codes. So what she then did was she went to LexisNexis, which is a newspaper database, and found 66 articles that matched her search term and her location, which is Washington. So newspapers are in the business of informing the public of current events. So they do publish specifics like name, age, treatment hospital, and other information. So she basically matched the information from a newspaper article to the record in the patient data set. Here is one example of that. So in the newspaper, you can see in yellow that this was a 60-year-old man, which matched back to the record. In teal, the location is Soap Lake Man, which matched back to the zip. In blue over there, the time of the accident, which is Saturday afternoon, which matched back. How this poor soul got in the accident. They had a motorcycle accident, which is in green. And then the treatment hospital in orange, Sacred Heart Hospital. And in pink, you can see that the poor person's name is Ronald Jameson. So now that we know it's Ronald Jameson, we can also see in the patient set, demographic set, is that he was charged $71,000 for care, and also he has a slew of other things he's dealing with, like pulmonary problems from this accident. So I am not a lawyer, and there are different laws that companies can be sued for or fined for if they have data breaches and mishandle data. At the time of this talk, the US, there's no comprehensive privacy law, federal law that standardizes how PII should be handled. There is one called the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, but that's still a bill. It's not a law. It was introduced last year. No idea where it's going to go from there. So as you can see from this map, there are different states with different privacy laws and different statuses of whether or not they're there. So all the PII enforcement stuff is really piecemeal by states. So what can we do, even though this sounds very ominous? Well, here's 5 things that we can do. The first rule of PII Club is don't collect or store unnecessary data. And the second rule of PII Club is don't collect or store unnecessary data. If you remember nothing else from this talk, just don't collect or store unnecessary data. If you do nothing else, this will get you far. If you're going to be storing data, 2, you want to be automatically deleting old data. Create a schedule for when that data is going away. That's called a data retention policy. Luckily, most cloud storage systems like AWS have configurations to make this a scheduled thing so that you can set it and forget it. 3, use only the data needed to get the job done. So advocate to be incredibly selective of the data that will get processed and shared, because we want to make it harder for re-identification attacks to succeed. 4, this one we all should know, build for privacy and security right in the beginning, because it's never cheaper, less effort, or faster to bolt it on later. And if you try to force it in later, you may end up building mission-critical systems that then have to be materially changed or retired because they are privacy law violations. So also build to the strictest standard. For most of us, that's going to be GDPR. Finally, work with a privacy lawyer. So privacy law is complicated, varied, and quickly changing. Even in California, there were new laws coming in January. In Colorado, they literally had a new law coming in July. And with the new stuff, who knows when that will be coming in and with what things you'll need to do. So just remember, the code that you write, the systems you work on, has a human impact, even if at the surface level, it doesn't seem that way. So we as security engineers, we're the stewards of our users' data. So it's important to know how users are expecting us to protect their identity, because it's the right thing to do, even if it takes a little bit more time or effort to build. Because after all, at the end of the day, I know that you would want the company that's responsible for your PII to be doing the utmost care and consideration with your data and be doing the right thing too. Once again, my name is Christina Liu. I want to say thank you to BSides. That is a QR code to a LinkedIn, not anything nefarious. Thank you to everyone here on the camera, our volunteers, and our AV staff. Thank you. Is there time for questions? No? Okay, two. I have two questions. Going once, going twice. Oh, okay.
Do you think some form of anonymity could help in applications with saving users' data? Is there any research in that area?
Yeah, so there are like functions and things. They're called, my brain at the moment, like K-anonymity and, it's like L something. It's very mathy. But basically, like a lot of data scientists are already doing these type of anonymization functions. They're kind of, unfortunately, the best things we have right now, but they're not perfect. So they can still be reverse engineered because true anonymization is actually incredibly difficult. Yeah.
Are there any tips for unstructured data, like large?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you just need data to play with, there is a great website called Kaggle, which is Kaggel. They have data on all sorts of things. My favorite one right now is like the Thailand tourism data one. So it's fascinating to see what Thailand is doing. And if you just need something to generate like a JSON blob or something real quick, there is a website called Mockaroo that will absolutely do that for you with actual random data. Because you shouldn't be testing with prod data, ever. Is that it? Yeah?
There was a talk a little bit earlier this morning about machine learning and kind of the remote spyware, bossware, as people are calling it, right? One of the things that I think is interesting, I want your perspective on, is as companies have started tracking employee usage, heuristics data, generating all this stuff to put together insider threat profiles, all kind of other things, you can make an argument that that could be considered PII because it's fingerprinted and unique to you, like biometric data.
Yeah.
What do you see that kind of turning into?
So actually, California this year, one of the expansions on the California Privacy Rights Act is that there is a PII category specifically for employees. So this was like, the old stuff was just general, like regular people, but California specifically has one for their employees. So, and I don't know like what other states do or don't. I'm not a lawyer, so.
Hashtag not legal advice.
Yeah, not legal advice.
I think a lot of people in the crowd are probably in security engineering and stuff like that. How do you justify a lot of these initiatives to management and the wider organization within what you're doing, right? Because sometimes these things can fall down in priority or go up in priority.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Well, the GDPR fines are very expensive. So, like, if it's a less severe violation in GDPR, Okay, so they give you choices. The less severe violation, it's 2% of last year's revenue. Or, I think it's 10 million euro, whichever's higher. And then if it's a severe violation, it is 4% of last year's revenue, or 20 million euro, again, whichever's higher. So not getting fined is probably a good impetus. Is that it? Are you woohooing? Once, twice, thrice, sold! Thank you.
up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, only wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
labeled a Chicken Little while promoting better security decision making by Vanessa Redmond. I have a few announcements to make before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support along with other sponsors, donors and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we would ask you to check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you. And with that, let's get started, and please welcome Vanessa.
Thanks, everyone. I'm not usually used to the mic here, so and I tend to, my volume goes up as I talk, so at any point I need to speak up or lower, just somebody in the back give me a signal. That way we can keep it comfortable for everyone. So welcome, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about negotiating compromise, something I think is often missed when we're talking about InfoSec in general. It's not something that's commonly taught when you're going through an academic course. These are some of those kind of soft skills that I think is really important, especially as we progress in cybersecurity. So hopefully there'll be a little bit of something for everyone here. To start off, I'll do the obligatory who am I? And then I always like to have a slide of why this matters. Why am I talking about this? Why should you care? And then the classic, who's this for? And then we'll talk about, what's the easy part when it comes to communicating security posture and security needs to an organization or to senior leadership, and then establish what the challenge is. From there, then we can start looking at some of the solutions. What my aim here is to actually bring in common negotiation tactics that you probably have heard of in different industries, whether it's, putting an offer on a house or just other general negotiation tactics. You see these sometimes in negotiating salaries or other things. The idea is to use well-established principles and how we can apply them to cybersecurity. Because of the time, I'm going to hit 6 hot topics, then we'll go through some honorable mentions of some others that we probably won't have time for. Then we'll go into some common pitfalls of just things that naturally we kind of fall into as we progress, usually in middle management, having to speak to senior leaders. I'll go through my personal mantras that I have to repeatedly tell myself. And then finally, we'll end it up on a really high note and talk about the chance of failure. So, who is? This is a lot of words. This is all to say, I currently work in financial services and information assurance. I handle second line control testing, and I also run the cyber threat intel program for my company. Previously, I spent 10 years in the Air Force where I worked for a red team, and I also taught at the weapons school locally here at Nellis, where I covered topics like vulnerability management, patch management, MITRE attack framework. My favorite course was on social engineering and open source intelligence. I have my bachelor's in computer science, and I have a Sec Plus certification. I'm originally from Louisiana, as you might be able to tell. Generally, what I like to talk about is game theory, and usually my talks center around strategic planning and strategic operations. So this is a little bit different from what I usually talk about, more on that soft skills side. And my LinkedIn and Twitter's here. It's also at the end. So the great disclaimer side. So I want to start by really kind of setting the scene here. The number one answer in any kind of cybersecurity InfoSec question is usually it depends, right? There is no clear black and white answer. It's always dependent on an environment, a budget, this particular industry, this particular person. This presentation is going to be no different. If you're looking to find a slide that you disagree with, 9 times out of 10, I'll probably have at least one that you're like, I'm not so sure about that. And that's completely okay. In fact, it's encouraged. The whole point of having this conversational talk on soft skills is that it's going to be opinion-based. It's going to be based on my experience, and your experience is going to be different. The idea is, I don't think that this is a topic that we talk enough about, that we have open discussions about, and I want to help facilitate by giving this presentation. So if you say, no, I tried that and it absolutely failed, that's awesome. I would love to hear it. And I would encourage everyone, for any kind of disagreements or agreements, that you have that conversation. Let's talk about the different experiences that are out there and different ways that we've been able to problem solve and be successful or fail, so that we can all kind of cross-learn, so that we can be more successful in general as an industry. So why does this matter? What I have found is going to conferences in the last couple of years and sitting around and just talking to people that's already established in the industry. It's very interesting because there's not usually a lot of talks on the mid-management level. So people that have already been in for a couple of years, they've seen kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly. There's not always a lot of mentorship in that middle management before you're getting up to senior management. So that's one thing that I really noticed. The other is what I'm seeing right now in the industry is a lot of people getting masters in cybersecurity without having a traditional maybe computer science or other kind of technical bachelors. In a lot of ways, I compare it to the MBA of the 70s and 80s as kind of a top-off that gives you that extra edge in whatever kind of field that you're going in. Cybersecurity has become that a little bit, but it's a little against tradition. Usually your old security people were the people that were sysadmins 20 years ago. They've gone through the trenches. Now they know from a security perspective exactly, for that environment, what works, what doesn't work, what makes sense. We have a lot of senior educated people that are entry level on understanding how an IT department works, how it works within a business or company construct. And so that is a big portion of why I think that this is important. So we can kind of bridge some of that gap. Also, in my opinion, a highly successful cybersecurity professional is one that people want to come to. You don't want to be that person that's like, oh gosh, I'm going to have to tell Vanessa that we just introduced 10,000 more vulnerabilities in our system and she is going to flip out. In my opinion, that doesn't make a super effective leader. What you want is someone that you know is going to be cool-headed about it, as much as to be expected, but be able to help you problem solve and to help you be successful, not be the parent or the manager that's like, you suck. And so I think that understanding some of these principles can help you do that. And ultimately, the goal is to make the business or the company or the enterprise as a whole better. So a lot of times when we're talking about negotiation, it's me getting max value for myself. But in this situation, your end goal is actually to make sure that the enterprise is as secure as possible given the challenges. You're not always going to get what you want. So sometimes when you're told no, we need to figure out a way to still achieve those goals of reducing risk for the organization without maybe getting your awesome Gucci tool that you first presented and was told, no, you're not going to get that. Who's this presentation for? It's for everyone. I mean, honestly, these are common enough skills that everyone can gain some sort of insight or purpose from this. Like I said before, though, that middle management, that's first. Now it's time for me to help make decisions. I'm not just doing the decisions that other people made. It's now time for me to be able to help promote better decision making. This is primarily the audience for that. So the easy part, finding things that are wrong with processes. I'm sure that plenty of people, if you've worked in IT, you show up to a place, anybody that tells you that they have a well-run IT department is either woefully ignorant or they're just absolutely lying to you so you don't run away. Like every IT department's going to have that one department, maybe two departments, maybe one team. There's going to be something that they don't do great. And maybe they don't even do well at all. Maybe they do terribly. Those are kind of easy to spot, especially as somebody just walking in, right? Fresh eyes, you can immediately see, definitely, this is not how it's supposed to be. And similar to that, finding things to improve. Oh, yeah. This doesn't work quite right. How about we do this? Or simply threats. I work in threat intel. If I want to find threats that's going to scare the company that I'm talking to, I can find those. And I could probably find those pretty easily. So it's all about how you're presenting your message. What is it that you want to do? Do you want to scare them? Do you want to have the FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt approach? That's certainly a tactic to use. Some people do find success in that. That's the easy part. The doom and gloom is kind of the easy part, right? The challenge, of course, is having a solution and then being told it's how much? Don't we already have enough security tools out there? Didn't we just buy one like 2 years ago? Like, why are we buying another tool? Why can't we just use what we already have? We already have 10 tools. You're telling me I can't do this one thing? Pushback is going to happen. It's a very natural piece of the process. Sometimes it's part of the defensive process. But being able to explain why in a way that your audience understands so that you can be successful from a security posture perspective is really where the goodness lies. All right, so here is the meat of the matter. 6 techniques that I chose to talk with you today about. And we'll go through each and every one and kind of talk about them a bit. Like I said, this is not groundbreaking. This is not meant to be groundbreaking. This is meant to be, oh yes, of course, that makes sense. Hopefully, if I've done my job right. The first one, being excited versus being anxious. This one is near and dear to my heart because when I get excited, I get loud. My voice rises. People think that I'm yelling at them. They think that I'm out of breath, that I'm giving myself a heart attack because I'm going to talk really, really fast, but I'm just excited. Sometimes I'm just passionate about the subject. But if you go through yelling at the top of your lungs and looking like that you're angry, that is going to possibly hurt you when it comes to you trying to actually promote good decision making, depending on what solution you're choosing. So, interestingly, people care more about delivery sometimes than the actual message. It's your body language, it's confidence. You hear that all the time about people giving presentations, and you need to be confident and you know, your voice not shake too much. A lot of the delivery is very important. Part of that is actually being able to read the room. Being able to see, if you go in, and it could be that depending on who you're talking to, they are very motivated by a threat of, hey, if you don't fix this vulnerability, we could be hacked tomorrow. That could be very motivating. But it could be that they hear that all the time anyway. Yeah, we're always about to get hacked. So being able to read the room, know your audience, being able to read their body language, just like you're being able to read your body language, then that's very important. Yes?
I just want to comment on your body language. The way you're using your hands is a very open approach, and I've seen others do presentations where they look very defensive.
Thank you. I appreciate that. At this point, I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. And then the last point of this is reserving the extreme words for the extreme situations. So, you know, log4j, we got to figure out if we're using log4j on the system. You know, do we have it in any kind of third-party dependencies? Do we have it actually in our enterprise by itself? You know, if not, yes, it's a big thing that's going on in the industry. MoveIt is also a perfect example. You know, if I'm not using MoveIt, then I'm not using that extreme language. I'm not promoting this as the sky is falling, as a classic Chicken Little example, because I'm going to reserve some of those extreme emotions for things like a ransomware incident in which we're actually being hit with ransomware. If everything is up here all the time, then how are you going to know the difference between here and here when things really are at the top of the line? Next is be cool and collected. A lot of these are going to have similarities. So obviously, be cool and collected runs in very smoothly with being excited versus not being anxious, right? That's a part of it. This, I think, comes easier with experience over time, if nothing else, because at some point, you have heard pretty much all of the extreme things that have happened. Did you know that this worker is doing this? That they were able to bypass, this security thing here. It just gets more extreme the longer you've been in the industry, the kind of stories that you hear, things that are happening that you're like, no, surely not, yes, probably so. So over time, you're not as surprised when somebody comes to your desk or to your office with some sort of, did you know? Or I looked at this and I found these holes or these vulnerabilities. So I think that in the very least, it's something that comes over time, but it doesn't have to. It can be kind of a conscious decision. When I was creating this, I don't have any children, but I often hear parents talk about, if their kids have an accident, if they've scraped their knee or something, instead of just being like, oh my gosh, are you okay? It's that cool and collected, just asking them, not freaking out so that they don't freak out. And so that's how I kind of equate this. Also, expectation management can be very powerful. Anybody that knows me has heard at least once me tell them when they come to me and say, I can't believe, and I'm like, repeat after me, lower your expectations. That sounds crazy. But it's powerful and it's useful. Make sure that you're going into an environment and you have a real sense of how the environment is operating and you're not expecting them at this level. That doesn't mean that they can't achieve that level. It doesn't mean that you can't push them to that level, but you just need to really make sure that you understand the reality of the situation. You understand that if this situation exists, it might be because of things that are outside of their control, and they're not solely responsible for that. There's a lot of second and third order effects there. And so by understanding some of those expectations, it's going to allow you to be able to look at the situation from a higher, big picture perspective, allow you to look at it from a logical perspective instead of an emotional one as much as possible, and help you be more effective at problem solving. And then the last one I put on here, and looking at it, it kind of makes me laugh. Now, I am a classic overthinker, so I think of all scenarios all the time. So it's from one to the extreme, from I'm going to get into a wreck until an asteroid's going to completely destroy the Earth. I have thought it all, and then when I'm done, I repeat them. So I always anticipate roadblocks. I think I'm going to go talk to this person and I'm going to tell them that they need to do X. And then I'm going to have all the ways in which they tell me in some form or fashion, no, screw you, and are you ridiculous? I have had it all anticipated out, so then I can have my counter arguments. And I find that it helps me feel like that I'm in control of a situation. And it helps me feel prepared. So regardless of what somebody says, I still get surprised, don't get me wrong. But for me, it helps me to be cool and collected if I feel like that I know all of the possible answers and I already have contingencies for those situations. Bring draft solutions. Not long ago, I found out Cunningham's Law, and I find it fantastic. I love that there's a name for this, and that is the best way to get the right answer on the internet is not to ask a question, but to post the wrong answer. And I've seen it a lot. Reddit is full of it. It's fantastic. And I've definitely done that before. When coming up with solutions, courses of action, different things to propose, even in my military time, if you were going through and determining 3 or 4 things that a commander or a senior leader had to choose from, you had your top solution of what you were going to do. One of those was always going to be an absolutely crazy solution. If we had infinite money, if we had infinite power, this is the solution. And it does a couple of things. One is it allows you to all agree upon that dropping a moose from a helicopter into a building to destroy that building could be effective, but is not really a reliable, applicable solution. At least we can agree on that, right? Like it's a classic social engineering. We're just going to pick one thing that we can agree on. We can agree on all of these things, but we can at least agree that acquiring a moose and a helicopter and dropping it from the sky is probably not our solution today, right? It helps form, at least, if nothing else, it makes everybody smile for a minute. Sometimes it doesn't, and that's super awkward. But having at least a drastic solution often helps, in my experience. Then you can say, okay, that one's right out. It's kind of like taking a multiple choice test. If you can mark off 2 of the questions and it be 50-50, then you feel good about that, right? You feel like the progress is made. I'm not completely stupid. I can at least bring it down to 2. Kind of a similar principle here. If you can have enough solutions in which you can definitely mark a couple off and then concentrate on a couple, it kind of bridges that gap, helps with negotiation. Define the non-negotiables. I find this interesting because this is definitely terminology for what you would think of as more of a strictly business thing. It's not something that you would normally use these words to describe in a cybersecurity environment. But if you think about it, as a security professional, you do have some non-negotiables, right? You can't say, I'm just going to turn off antivirus. Like, that's kind of a non-negotiable, generally speaking, So you do have some things that you're not going to be willing to compromise on, and you need to know those. You need to know what you're willing to accept, but almost more importantly, what you're not willing to accept. Because I guarantee you, the thing is a lot of times, especially information security versus IT, sometimes it can appear adversarial. Right? You know that they're, the old cliche, they're just trying to get out of work. They just don't want to implement it. It's too much of a pain. If something goes wrong with the network, it must be the security tool. Like, those are fun things that we can joke about and laugh about and say, oh yeah, it's just IT just trying to skate out from work. But in reality, it's a lot more complicated than that, right? It's a classic it depends situation. Usually, people are not adversarial. Well, if Vanessa suggested it, we're definitely not going to do it. I don't think that that's very typical. So you have to understand that this is more of a, where can we reach some middle ground? And to understand that middle ground, you have to know your non-negotiables. Also, I think that it's really important to note that the answer could be no, but it also could be not right now. It might be, I use the example here of a data loss prevention DLP solution, right? It might be that a business is like, we definitely need a good DLP solution. And maybe nobody disagrees with that. It could be like, you know what, you're right. But we can't do that right now. As a security professional, I think that it's important that we at least recognize or consider that a non-negotiable might be okay for it to be a not right now. Let's add it to the roadmap. Let's add it to the next year's budget. Let's document it to make sure that it's not something that you're just telling me that, like, next time you're going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, let's actually make a plan. It's okay if a non-negotiable has a longer-term solution. It doesn't have to necessarily be a short-term solution as long as there's a plan. The FAIR offer. The low-cost, easy-to-implement recommendation. There's tons of those, right? Sometimes there is. Often it's not. But if it exists, you should definitely present it. Again, it's not, I don't want you to have to create this extremely complex system that's so mature. Sometimes easy is okay. Sometimes easy to implement is always good, right? As long as it's effective. But low-cost solutions, absolutely. You should absolutely be okay with those. And again, that's that olive branch of, okay, this is my fair offer. I think that this can work, and I think that it will be beneficial to everyone, including the business. Acknowledging unique challenges, I always think is a piece of that. You can say, I understand maybe that this solution isn't as easy to implement because of these unique challenges, because of these legacy systems, because of these unique systems, because of these third-party contingencies. Explain to them, you know, like I said, this is not a you versus them. This is, let's have a conversation. I do actually understand, probably more than you think, understand your unique challenges, and I want to express that. Kind of sweetens the fair offer a little bit. They're like, you know, she just wants what's best for us. This is fair. Sometimes that can help. And again, I bring up this again, a temporary solution is also okay. I talk a lot about if the number one solution can't be implemented, we can always talk about mitigating and compensating controls. Sometimes you can't patch a vulnerability, right? Because a patch isn't available. So what do? You have a temporary solution in mitigating that vulnerability. That's okay. That's acceptable. It doesn't have to be a my way, the highway. We must be super secure right now with this kind of stringent guidelines. We can still achieve the same purpose. We can still reduce risk. Maybe we're not reducing risk at the rate that we want to, but it's still progress. So that's all part of the fair offer. Next is the value offer. Not completely dissimilar, but I find this to be effective because it's never just the one thing, right? It's never, here's a tool, you just have to install it. Especially in a corporate environment, there's a lot more to that, right? If nothing else, there's the contract process of acquiring a vendor, going through all of that. That's one side that I won't always volunteer for, but one that I do typically volunteer for is the documentation piece for IT. Nobody likes writing documentation. Nobody has time to write documentation. Nobody wants to update this. What about, you know, here's the standard. How are you going to implement? Where are the procedures? This could be audited. What about compliance? There's so many other little factors there that plenty of IT people, especially the ones that are on the ground, hands on keyboard, they're like, no. It's like they're kryptonite. They hate documentation. So I like to offer to write documentation. Immediately, that's going to make them compliant. Plus, they don't have to do it, right? And if I'm doing it, then they don't have to worry about me editing it if they write it. And they have to get my feedback because I'm writing it, right? Which is dual purpose because then I can put those security pieces in there that I know they don't want to put in there. But if I'm writing it, then I have an opportunity to put some of those things in there. So to me, it's very much a win-win. And documentation, to me, is my most successful value offer in that. But it could also be, sometimes it's whatever kind of limited resource it is. Maybe in some departments, you can transfer some of your budget money to that department if they're low on funds. Maybe it's, I have a couple of analysts that would like to get some hands-on experience with some of that troubleshooting or installing that tool. Maybe I can offer up those people if they don't have enough people to be able to complete that task. So there's several different ones that you use. Like I said, documentation usually is a winner for me. Honorable mentions. So these all follow a very similar pattern to all the others, right? You could give very similar arguments to these and just call them different things. And that's kind of the beauty of some of these tactics and techniques. It's, again, knowing whatever speaks to you. Maybe one of the other ones, you're like, I'm not sure, but focus on the win-win, you're like, that I can understand. You know, so ask for advice. For a lot of people, sometimes I think we get the reputation of, we walk into a room and we think we're an expert on security and we're here to tell you how much you're not going to be able to implement your plan because of security. But if we walk into a room and we hear your pitch and then we ask for advice, what would you like to do? Not like to do, but what would you do in this situation? People often respond to that. I've met a lot of IT people that are not in security, but they study security. They have their opinions about security. It's not like they're completely ambivalent to that world. They're reading the news. Maybe they're studying for certs. They have some knowledge about security already. So if you talk to them like a peer and you say, you know, what do you think about this? My idea is implementing these kind of security things. That's going to make it feel like more of a team environment and much less of me barking at you things that's going to make your plan impossible to implement. Use language that your audience understands. I can give a whole talk just on that. Because a lot of times tech people, they want to talk shop, they want to talk technical details, and they want to tell it to someone who's not from a tech background that really doesn't really care. You don't have to pull out the Excel spreadsheet. You can just tell them in layman terms, but you have to know what that common language is. I use the example of risk and impact because I have found that a lot of people on the IT side don't necessarily cage their situation in terms of risk and impact. And because of that, but you have whole business departments that are dedicated to risk. From a business perspective, inherent risk, residual risk, determining what the actual money amount that you might lose from an impact. Generally speaking, operations, IT operations, doesn't have to do a lot of those calculations, but a lot of business people do. So if you can come in with a threat, with a, we need to implement a new solution now, and this is why, if you cage it in terms of risk and impact, then I think that your success rate significantly improves. But like I talked about before, you gotta know what that sweet spot is. You gotta know who you're talking to, and maybe what some of their industry jargon is, and then apply it so that you understand and they understand the same thing. Focus on the win-win. I think that's kind of self-explanatory. Understand the big picture. It's really easy in an IT environment to get in the weeds. Especially if you're talking about something like incident response and you're down in the trenches and you're trying to quarantine systems and remediate and bringing down this segment and when do we bring this up and backups and all of this, you can totally get in the weeds. Understanding the bigger picture, seeing it from a broader perspective, maybe seeing it from a business continuity perspective or just a business perspective in general, often helps when it comes to solutions. Again, still taking in some of those other principles, making sure that you recognize the challenges, you recognize the work that's happening here, but when it comes to trying to get people to make better, broad decisions, bringing in that big picture is definitely going to help. And the last one, make negotiations about the other team. This is a classic. I'm trying to help you, and you're letting them maybe make things that are in their own self-interests. But if you combine a couple of these principles, like going through and having your non-negotiables and making it feel like that they have the power, that they're influencing you and your decision-making, and not making it one-sided is also going to help you be effective. Common pitfalls. Some of these are kind of general, like building reports with no recommendations. From a security perspective, everything should definitely have recommendations, and that's going to help with that decision-making piece. If you have recommendations, then that's going to help facilitate the next discussion, which is, how would you like to implement those recommendations, right? But if you don't have, if you're only what feels like barking information, that's going to create kind of a stonewall effect. Distributing reports with no follow-up. Again, I put on here making sure that you document a plan, if there is a plan. Making sure that you're not sending reports for the sake of sending reports. You're not sending them into the ether, and then if somebody says, did so-and-so read it, be like, I sent the reports. Follow through is and follow up is very important here. Making sure that whatever that it is that you decide on, it's kind of funny, in a meeting, in a small meeting room with people at a table, sometimes people will agree to anything, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep, we can totally do that. If you don't follow through, you don't maybe publish meeting minutes, or you don't actually document and say, here's the plan, and here's how we're going to do this, here's our way forward, then in some ways it's as good as not having agreed to it at all. Yes, sir?
Do you find that it's a real skill if you could read people in a meeting, so you have a sense if they're saying yes just because you're in that moment, but they're really not going to follow through?
I think that reading people is definitely an advantage for that, and over time you get to know your colleagues, and you get to know the people that will do anything just to be able to get out of that meeting, for sure. But I also think that it's important that you don't ever call out those kind of people. You just adjust your tactics. You don't actually, you don't want to point that out. You don't want to make them embarrassed in any way. So instead, you just change up some of your tactics. And, if you have somebody that's like, yes, absolutely, that's no problem, let's go, and then leave, that's where I find that maybe the meeting minutes is particularly useful. So-and-so said this, it's timed, it's bulleted, ways forward, I need this report, I'm going to send this list. It makes them more accountable because it's in writing. Another pitfall is always bringing up the negative. I think that's super easy to do because all we do is read about all of the horror stories and the breaches that are happening and the data leaks. And oh my gosh, did you hear about this story? It's super easy to always bring up the negative. And sometimes it can be really discouraging because it feels like, whether it's accurate or not, we can have that discussion, that defense is really, really hard right now, and we're not necessarily winning the war. And sometimes that can be really discouraging to a lot of people, that even if you remediate this, there's only another one right around the corner. It's not something that we should really focus on. Even though it's easy to, we don't need to be Eeyores here, or Chicken Littles. So as much as you can bring up more positive things or ways that we're still progressing in security posture, I highly encourage that. And the next one, not acknowledging progress. I think that that's extremely important, especially in a program that's really difficult, that they've gone through the ringer and made huge strides. Instead of saying, but they still have this far to go, instead of concentrating on all the work that they've done, is super important. Ultimately, you want people to feel good about the progress that they've made. It's going to help them want to progress even more. Nobody wants to be told, hey, I finished this, I'm working on this, and I've worked really hard, and it's like, yeah, but you still have a really long way to go. It's really important that you acknowledge where we've come from. And it's hard to see that sometimes. It's part of the understanding the big picture, is being able to say, we started here. Look at all the things that we've implemented in such a short period of time. And then settling with a us versus them mentality, again, very easy to do. You're IT, you just don't want to, install security stuff, and you're security, and you're just here to make my life harder, because that's just how you are. definitely separating from that, realizing we're one team, one fight, is definitely going to help you be successful. So, my personal mantras. One is one that my boss brought up to me, and sometimes it's really difficult for me to do, and that is just to let things go. It's easy to like hone in on an issue, and you want some sort of resolution. You want somebody to acknowledge, yes, it's a problem. Yes, you're going to fix it. This is the timeline that you're going to fix it. Here are the tickets, and everything is going to be great, and we'll check on it in 2 weeks, and it's done. And maybe that's not possible. Maybe they don't even think that it's a really big issue. Maybe they're like, you know what, we accept that. It's fine. And you're like, but you shouldn't. Maybe it's okay that they do. Again, maybe for a short period of time, or maybe we can bring this up later. But sometimes, oftentimes, you're not going to get the answer that you're looking for. You're not going to have somebody be like, you are so absolutely right. We're going to put 10 people on it right now, and it'll be fixed by the end of the day. So sometimes you just have to know when to let things go. And if it's a big enough issue, you know it's going to come back up again. Maybe you'll just bring it up the next time. But it's okay sometimes to let things go. And if you have a really hard problem doing that, then find somebody that can remind you that sometimes you just need to let it go. And sometimes this is really useful when there's a personnel conflict, when maybe it's not an issue. You just feel like that there's a person that's just saying no all the time, and they're stopping you from what you think is progress. Sometimes you still just have to let it go. Sometimes it's that classic, I don't want you to do this thing, I want you to want to do that thing. So like the classic thing is, I don't want you to do the dishes, I want you to want to do the dishes, right? Like sometimes I feel like that's how security is. It's like, I don't want to have to bark orders and say, you have to do this. I want you to be able to come up with this on your own, and then to be able to say, hey, this is what we want to do because it's better from a security perspective. You're not going to get that always. Sometimes you're never going to get that. So you just need to recognize that. That's one of my personal mantras. The second is considering strategy over procedure. I will totally get in the mental weeds on what steps need to be done when. And especially from in my environment where I'm on a second line perspective, this is more of a consulting. This is not an operations. I'm not touching anything, even though I want to, because I know that I can just go over there, and in 10 minutes I can fix it. But that's not my job. I need to worry more about the strategy piece, the standard, the what needs to be established, and then let the teams that are actually doing the work actually concentrate on the how. And that's a really difficult thing for me to do, but when it works, I think it works beautifully. All right, so the happy bonus slide. Always consider that there is a chance of failure. It's possible that nobody disagrees with you. You give your whole pitch, and everybody's like, yes, absolutely. Nobody says no. You know, nobody says, I disagree. Nobody says, I think you're overreacting. They're like, yeah, that's absolutely legit. But maybe we can't do it right now. Or this doesn't fit for this budget cycle. You can do all the right things. You can read the room. You can use the right language. You can have the fair offer. You can all that and still be told no. And it's important that you recognize that. It doesn't mean that you personally failed. It doesn't even necessarily mean that your initiative has failed. But you're going to definitely be confronted with failure at some point. And it's important to realize that that's not the end-all be-all. You have to know what to do after failure. Larger projects and initiatives might need to be put on the back burner, but like I said before, don't miss an opportunity to bring them up again. This is great as part of our MFA initiative that we plan on implementing next quarter. Those can all be pieces to that puzzle that you can implement. And in my opinion, never always use the opportunity to combine it with other initiatives that that are already well established, that people are already used to. People are used to audits. They're used to maybe PCI compliance or other pieces of compliance, GDPR, things like that. If you have a security piece that you can apply to an initiative or a compliance issue that the business is already used to carrying that weight on, then you should definitely combine it with that. It will help mull over what it is that you're trying to do a little bit easier. All right, and that's what I got. We talked about the convincing other teams, senior leadership, non-IT departments, on different soft skills. Leading with FUD is not always the best solution. Using classic negotiation tips can certainly help when it comes to promoting better security practices. And realize that even with all the right tools, it's possible to not be successful, but the important piece is to always keep trying. And that's what I got for y'all today. Does anybody have any questions? All right, thank you. Oh, do I need to put that back up? Oh, look at that. It's not even going to come up now. Figures. Now you get to see my camping in Santa Fe. My happy place. And it still doesn't work. Oh, there it goes. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Appreciate it. Yes.
whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
And welcome to BSides Las Vegas. This talk is about becoming a Dark Knight adversary emulation demonstration for ATT and CK evaluations presented by Cat Self and Kate Spirit. Sorry.
It's easy to do. It's okay.
Yeah, I have a few announcements to make before we begin. Firstly, I would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat and Toyota. It's with their support along with our other sponsors, donors and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we would ask you to check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. And if you have any questions, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you. And with that, let's get started, and please welcome our speakers.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you again for coming, even though it's the coveted last slot of the day. We will try to make it worth your time.
Hi. Can you hear me? Nope.
Oh.
What wrong thing have I done? It would really help if you actually turned on the mic, right? All right. So First and foremost, I kind of wanted to say that thank you to Molly, who did the art or the color work with her and her husband. I drew this, but also this is definitely representative of a lot of teams and over a long period of time. So mad props to everyone that came before us. All right, my name is Kat Self. I used to be an artist. I still am an artist, apparently. And I was formerly military involved. Yeah. It's always nervous speaking. Formerly, I served in the military, and I'm a military intelligence veteran, 2 years at war. Also, I started this career, though. This is actually my second career. So definitely a proof point for those that wanted to transition from one thing that's totally unrelated to another. I started off as a developer, then became a red teamer, and then became a threat hunter. And then I was hired on to MITRE as an adversary engineer, where now I'm doing jobs I love, where I'm emulating adversaries, but I'm also the macOS and Linux lead for MITRE ATT&CK.
I'm Kate. Prior to joining MITRE, I worked at Facebook, now known as Meta. The majority of my career has been focusing on Latin America, so if anyone wants to talk Latin American adversaries or cyber groups in the region, let me know. And in addition to my work, I run a cybersecurity blog called Fishing for Answers, which is available in English and Spanish. Okay, so we wanted to do some quick level setting before we really got into it and demonstrate what is an emulation and how is it different from adversary simulation. So we are fully leaning into the comic book references this presentation. Get ready. So as an adversary emulator, we have to take what Batgirl does, for instance, and be so convincing that it looks exactly as Batgirl would run an operation, right? There's not a lot of room for flexibility. Whereas if I'm a normal red teamer doing a simulation, I can take some things that Batgirl does, some things that Supergirl does, maybe another adversary, and mix the two. It's more of an approximation as the adversary. So there's more room for flexibility in a simulation. And so we're obviously going to focus on adversary emulation for this talk.
Really quick, we use MITRE ATT&CK. I'm not going to go super into this because we're actually talking about attack evaluations, but we are based on MITRE ATT&CK. And the goal of this is to be threat-informed defense. Who here knows what attack evaluations is? Okay.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Fun fact, we actually have never done a talk before, like kind of detailing what is going on the inside of the development process for attack evaluation. So I just want to take a moment to explain that. Essentially, it's a threat-based approach, right? So we're using MITRE ATT&CK, so we're locked into a specific adversary and specific techniques. So what we do is we take that information and then we release that to the vendors, being like, hey, for all of those that do detection and protections, this is the actor that we're going to emulate, and these are the techniques that are going to be in scope for that emulation. And then we take around 2-3 months, we develop an emulation, and then they come in, they set up their tools in the environment, and then we execute our emulation. They have no idea what emulation we're going to execute. It's a black box task. And then we take all of those screenshots from watching the vendors be able to try to either protect or detect against them, and then we openly release that to the public. We don't filter it, we don't sit there and make it fix things. It's just, here is the data dump. Discern for yourselves what this vendor can really truly present to you. So the goal of the entire thing is to actually empower the users. It's to be transparent. And these are billion-dollar companies. We wanted to give you all a way to be able to peek inside of what these really expensive, amazing companies are doing. They each have these amazing, unique solutions that are solving a different problem. And not one size fits all in this case, right? Everyone has a different environment. Everyone has a different problem set they're trying to solve. And we wanted to give you that information so you can discern for yourselves. So that's what attack evaluations tries to do. And we're going to go over how we essentially take a nation-state actor, right, that has unlimited funding, that has 40 developers over 5 to 6 years, and we take all of that and we shove it into 10 developers and 2 to 3 months of development cycle, right? So we're taking a really hard task and trying to make it this approachable thing. And we've actually distilled this down even better, or hopefully more for you all, where in this emulation, we're actually going to go over an adversary where we only had a month and a half to emulate, and we really only had 2 people on the project. We had 1 developer and 1 CTI person. So we've really tried to break this down to make this much more accessible for you all to be able to recreate it yourselves.
Yeah, so even if you are all coming from smaller organizations, you might not have a whole adversary emulation department, one of our key takeaways for this presentation is to hopefully demonstrate a methodology that you all can use for yourself and distill down to whatever the resources you have realistically for creating your own emulations. Okay, so this is a graphic that we'll probably come back to multiple times through the presentation, but it shows an overview of our process, right? I will start talking through adversary selection, how you do your research, how you create a scenario for emulation, and then I will pass it over to Kat, who will talk about the development side, building the tools, what does that look like, all the troubleshooting, and then we will show you how we actually executed our emulation. So this is kind of designed to show the collaborative process between CTI and Red Dev for the purposes of emulation. Okay, so choosing your villain. Before you even get to adversary selection, it's really, really important to think about your end objective for the emulation, right? Why are you doing this? What insights are you hoping to glean from doing the emulation versus just a simulation, which we talked about the differences at the beginning, right? How are you hoping this emulation informs your network defense capabilities? Think about that before you start anything else. Once you have that conversation, then it's time to choose your villain. These are some kind of main points that we ask ourselves on attack evaluations when it comes to selecting an adversary, right? Is there sufficient open source recent reporting on this adversary? Recent meaning within the last 2 years. Because on attack evaluations, everything is open source, so that's a limitation that we have to consider. Is the adversary and their TTPs relevant to what you're trying to achieve, right? Relevancy can also mean, can your network defenders detect on these techniques, right? So that's really important to consider. Third, is there enough variety of adversarial TTPs to create multiple emulation plans? As we're gonna demonstrate later today, sometimes adversary emulation, you have to pivot halfway through, scrap your whole scenario, and start new, right? So it's really important that you have enough content, that the adversary has enough operations and variety of techniques to create multiple scenarios just in case you need a backup. And then finally, my favorite question, what's cool about this villain? Why should we care about them? What makes them unique? What makes them special? So our villain for today is Blind Eagle. This is the villain that we chose to emulate, and we have a little bit of a video at the end that will show our execution as this adversary. So why did we choose this villain? I bullied Kat into choosing a Latin American adversary, basically is what happened. But in reality, this is probably an adversary that we would never realistically use for attack evaluations. Like Kat said, we only had a month and a half to dev this adversary. And so we needed kind of an adversary with more straightforward TTPs, but that are still highly relevant, right? Just because this adversary is not doing bleeding edge things in kernel mode doesn't mean they're not relevant to every single network defender. These are techniques that we would expect every network defender to detect on. So these 3 techniques that I've listed at the bottom of the slide, those are the techniques that we prioritized when we turned to deving our emulation plan as Blind Eagle. That's essentially, going back to our conversation, what's unique about this actor. These are 3 main MVPs that were really important to us. Okay, so we have our villain. Let's talk about gathering the research. I think that one of the things that really kind of distinguishes our process is the level of technical depth that we need from reporting, right? The more technically in depth, the more information, the better that we can emulate and act as the adversary. So these are some of the things, we have explicit examples, technical bits of information that are nice to have, and then implicit, right? If we get any of these implicit items, that is just gold, that is your MVP, really, really helpful. So I'll show you an example of this. So this is an example of a graphic that we pulled from a report on a recent Blind Eagle campaign. We would consider this to be an explicit piece of evidence, and this shows an overview of the entire infection chain of the campaign, right, at every single step of the attack. Some key bits of information to call out here that really helped our team. They have process names, file names, file types, obviously full infection chain, port numbers used for C2 communications, user level permissions. So this is a diagram that we referred back to multiple times, both on the CTI and dev side when we were running this emulation.
Actually, another point with that as well is that it might be like, oh, file names, whatever, I don't care. But when you're linking a bunch of different reports, those file names become very relevant, right? Like those same DLLs are also used over here in this campaign. And like, so now I'm like, okay, they're downloading this file. That actually helps me because it actually never touched disk. So where am I going to be able to pull that file and find it? And I can now link to another report to be able to create that connection that I didn't previously have before.
Totally, and that kind of hits back to our conversation on adversary emulation versus simulation, right? Like we are really trying to be indistinguishable from Blind Eagle and how they would realistically do things. So these are two snippets from a report that we would be considered implicit evidence. Just as an example, if you look on the image on the bottom, these were both taken from the same report, but this covered a recent Blind Eagle campaign that used QuasarRat, which is a open source rat. You can get it, on our public repo. But the group actually added a custom functionality. The name of this functionality is Activar RDP in English, or in Spanish. In English, it's Activate RDP, right? So, that's interesting for us, right? Nowhere in this report does it say Blind Eagle then RDPs into the victim environment. However, why the heck would they add this functionality if they weren't intent on using it? So from this, there's implicit evidence, there's an inference that we can make that Blind Eagle has this capability, and we would use that to fill in an information gap if the dev team came back to us and said, okay, we need another technique, what can we do? So, now we've gathered our research, we have our adversary, it's time to create the plan and deliver it to the dev team. Just so we're clear, at this point in the process, the dev team's already in the loop. Blue team's also in the loop. The infrastructure team's also in the loop. We really need those early collaborative processes to inform whatever plan we end up picking. So I'm gonna go over 3 key deliverables that the CTI team makes to inform the dev process. So we'll start with my favorite. This is my favorite thing to create. Not only is it pretty, but it's extremely, extremely helpful, right? This shows an overview of our emulation plan and what we actually did with Blind Eagle. At a really, really high level, the first stage, the attackers will gain initial access into the victim workstation via spear phishing. The user will then open up a PDF that is included in the email. Clicking a link inside said PDF will take them to a malicious site where they will download an async rat payload. That's our main payload. Async rat will establish communications with the C2 server, establish persistence via the user startup folder, and then action on objectives is to steal browser credentials.
This was the original plan. This does not mean that this is the end plan. So we're clear, because dev team loves trashing CTI plans for a reason, not intentionally.
We'll call it element of surprise. So this is another example of a deliverable. This is essentially the Word version of what we just talked about with the software flow, right? So this is something that can kind of help the dev team. Okay, so we have the software flow diagram, but let's dig deeper. What's the key infrastructure involved? Kat's gonna go over this a little bit from the dev perspective, like when a dev gets something like this and they're looking for initial compromise, what is happening? What do they need? What questions do they need answered? And then a third example of this, we actually took this and made it our own from Mandiant and Katie Nichols, so shout out to them. This is something that we would expect the dev team to use during the actual attack, right? This provides different pivot points and alternative options at each major step of the attack lifecycle, right? So, okay, my scheduled task didn't run, whatever, tools break, we get it. What is my alternative option while still maintaining the integrity of what the adversary would actually do? Cool. Okay, they do registry run keys. Let's do that instead.
Just a note, if you're wondering, wow, Kat and Kate, this is such a sparse diagram. You're correct. That's called open source reporting. Please help us encourage people to write more blogs and reporting on this specific issue. Right?
Yeah, this is us like trying. This is our peak right here, so.
Slightly depressing, you are correct.
Okay, cool. Now I'll hand it over to Kat to talk about the dev side.
All right, so we just went over choosing a villain, right? Kate went over like what actually makes a good villain for you and your organization. And then we went over essentially like what those deliverables look like. For us on the dev team, those deliverables that the CTI gives us are super pivotal. That's actually really where we come at the collaboration point. So we're gonna walk through the here's the funny thing. Malware development, if you take away the malware, it's still just development. And so that's the reality of what we're gonna actually go through. So before you even begin, in that early stage of collaboration that Kate mentioned, right, where she was like, yeah, we bring the dev team in at this time. A lot of times when she's coming up with that emulation plan, like what the red team is doing is that we're actually on those calls. We probably are doing other work at the time, like everybody else is on 3 different calls, but we're absolutely like involved in those conversations. And the reason why that's significant is because I can't do everything. My team can't do every single random thing under the sun that an adversary does, right? Again, it's a nation state versus a team of 10 developers, and the time is cut down significantly. There's a lot of randomness that's done out there, right? So first we have to know like what platform are we even running on? Is this Windows? Is this Android? Like we actually scratched Android in the beginning. She's like, well, could we do Android? It's like, no, I will not learn Android just for this presentation.
Tears were shed.
But it's a part of the scoping, right? Like what platforms do I need? What code do I need to be able to run in? Like what level are we playing at? Are we playing at kernel level or are we playing in user land? Because that makes a huge difference. Are we all down to the bits and bytes? Like where do they focus on? Do they focus on the network protocols, right? Like these are all different skill sets that I need to make sure the team has is staffed appropriately. And so once we have a lot of those key factors done, that's super helpful. I will call out this last one. You know how Kate mentioned in that other side on Blind Eagle, these are the things that we really want to emulate. So we had this scenario for one round where we lost 64% of our team. That is a lot. And the CTI diagram, like that great CTI plan, totally had to get revamped. And then we had we didn't ask that question in the beginning of what actually makes this actor look like this actor. Like what are the techniques that have to be done to make this look like Blind Eagle? And so those become the priority. That if we stripped out everything else, it'd still feel like Blind Eagle with this. And that is actually our definition of done. It might seem like it's kind of a small logical thing, but there's a lot of stuff you actually don't need that's really nice. Like encryption and obfuscation are great, but honestly, they're not really relevant for our scenario. The behaviors are much, much more relevant for us.
And those are, if you remember from the Blind Eagle side, those 3 TTPs that we handed over to the dev team, like if nothing else, we would really love to emulate these because these are quintessential for the actor, but also, again, something that network defenders should absolutely be detecting on and should be challenged to detect on. Those are would be returned as priorities to the dev team when they're making these calls.
So again, we take that next product, right, the emulation. And then the most helpful for us is actually the word picture. The diagram's great, but there's a lot of assumptions that we all make when we're looking at diagrams. Diagrams, at least for me as a dev, they're really great when I need to come up for air. And I'm like, okay, where am I at in this scenario? What is next and what did I just do? Like what am I expected to have done and then what am I expected to do next, right? But when you actually are looking at this in the beginning, it's like, all right, let me read this out. And the most specific point, oh, that got loud, is to a malicious site downloads async graph, right? That means that I need to have a website. Well, what's going to be on the website? How does it download it? How does it even know that I'm there to download it? What does that even look like? Is it a URL to a URL? Is it some JavaScript stuff? That's all dev time that I have to account for. In fact, it's also infrastructure time that I have to account for. I need to be able to upload something, right? I need to be able to download something. Where is this going to be hosted? How is it going to be hosted? All of those questions I have to have done before I even play in the other games, right? In the next phase. So this is usually where we'll actually go through specifically, look through the word picture and be like, what is it that I need and what teams do I need to bring in at what point in time? And then the super sexy part. We use Jira. I really don't care what you use, but there has to be something where you kind of start breaking things down and scoping. For us, we usually like have a couple of epics. Those epics, whoever does those epics is usually one person, because the amount of rabbit holing that has to happen during that period of time is insane. Like your brain just hurts at the end of the day. As usually a sign of success. And it's where we take one epic, right? Like let's say I'm gonna focus on the C2 handler just because I just did one. And I'm gonna look at like, okay, let me take all of the reporting from that emulation plan. Let me pull that down, let me look at it. But I'm only gonna scope that specifically to what protocol does it use? How does it have the buffers? Like how does it receive the buffers? What is it looking for? How does my C2 know that that's my packet? Right? Like there's these questions that I have to ask myself. And then I start looking at it with that very, very, very specific mindset. And then that becomes my epic, and I actually break that down. For example, just because an implant has the capability to do something doesn't mean I need it for my emulation plan. It's a ton of work to go into uploading and downloading a file for a command in the very specific, annoying way that the adversary does it in this obfuscated fashion. If I don't need it, why am I gonna do all that dev time? And that's where that epic comes in handy, right? Like what's actually needed for the emulation plan. Not what's super cool and what's nice to have, but what's actually needed. And then we take that epic and then we break that down into specific tasks. Because attack evaluations is very, very specific on being true to the adversary, and actually we're held accountable, like here EDR, like, or here protections and detections products, like with your unique Snowflake solution, here is exactly how we're doing it. We have to break down that code really, really specific, and it needs a lot of focus on it. So we'll take like process hollowing, we'll really focus exactly how they do process hollowing and then try to recreate that. Because at the end of the day, the rest of the code is just to get to the technique, right? Because that's what we're supposed to be emulating for the detections and protections. Like that's the goal. So this is Kat's crazy, chaotic rabbit hole brain in a process. It turns out there is a process to the rabbit hole. This is kind of how I've broken it down, mainly because I'm hoping that this helps somebody else in the future. I'm one of those people that like diagrams, so I don't feel completely lost. It's like, oh no, I'm not crazy, I'm just at this phase. It's normal to feel crazy at this phase, right? So essentially where it starts is on any task that I'm given, right? Because I can't know how to do all of the 400 sub-techniques. I take one technique, and then I try to understand it. There's something really powerful about seeking to understand without the assumption that I should already know how to do this. So I try to understand the technique. And then it goes into like, all right, let's look at the code snippets. Let's look at the diagrams. Let's look at like that crazy eye chart diagram is phenomenal. Because the more, like, I've looked at that thing so many times, and I'm still understanding it in different ways. So awesome reporting. But the point is like I take that and I start breaking that down. Then the next phase is actually emulating the code. Once you actually start coding something, it's a very different attitude. It's a very different approach. Why am I echoing? So then the next thing I do is essentially you're gonna find gaps. Once you actually start emulating, you're gonna find gaps. Things don't work like you expect them to do. Then you gotta go back to the reporting and then figure out what else is happening. With this new knowledge set of trying it out, what is different? So, and then because we're taking something, right, and we're taking it and executing it in an environment it was never designed to execute in, that is its own phase of development. So it's almost like taking, hey, Batgirl, you only operate at night, let's go shove you into the daytime and then like see how that works out for you. So things are just gonna change because the reality is we have to put this into this agnostic environment and then make sure everyone can deploy their tools into it. So there is that element, a component that maybe you guys don't have to go through, but we absolutely do. So this is what understanding looks like. We're gonna start with MITRE ATT&CK because at the end of the day, MITRE ATT&CK is what this is based off of. And it's a great tool to be able to understand what is this technique actually about and what are the different variations of it. Then
we were not just paid to say that, by the way.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. And actually the evals team, as much as like we all like have our own like inner team like jokes and like elbows, it's actually a really cool way to always make sure like, hey, we just did an emulation on this, this needs to be updated. But the next thing that we do, right, understanding the technique, is we specifically look at how does the community do it? Because at the end of the day, there's something about hands-on keyboard that I'm gonna get a lot of tribal knowledge from practicing this, even if it's not the way the adversary did it. If I've never done process injection before, I need to practice it. I need to understand what's going on. I need to understand what information do I need that actually to be able to accomplish this? What permissions do I need? There's just some things that you learn by doing. So this leads us, right, once we understand what's happening, now I can actually go and research with a different level of perspective. So that takes us to the diagrams and code snippets, right? Now I can go and look at that. In this scenario, we noticed that Society DLL was referenced twice, right? It's referenced in 2 different reports. So just a note of information, we're gonna put that aside. Another thing is, we notice async.rat, which we are using in the simulation plan, is also in this repo. Now, great thing about InfoSec is we love our proof of concept code. Downside is people reuse that for malicious means, but we're still super grateful because it really worked out for us in this scenario. So thank you. So we took F Society and we took this. So those are 2 data points for us to be able to go down on the next rabbit hole. And when it comes to adversary emulation, we are big fans of working smarter, not harder. We don't have a lot of time to be able to execute these. So as a result, we try our best to be able to find other resources, right? We're not gonna be REs. So how can we be able to pull these reports and coding that we can actually recreate? In this case, thank you, Alien Vault. .NET actually goes to source code really easy, which is beautiful. So we were able to actually take F Society, pull that down, and then be able to have decompiled code that we could then reference. Of course, when we do this, the first thing we actually have to do is be like, Kate, can we?
I have so much power in this situation, and I love it. And I would say, actually, based on CTI reporting, this is absolutely consistent with what the adversary would realistically do. Cat, green light.
So yeah, because once we kind of started noticing, and you'll notice the next one, they definitely, there's like some duct tape and bubble gum going on. So we have our decompiled code. Now we can actually take that and then go to the next one. And then we'll actually notice that there, go ahead. There's handle run, right? There's a handle run method inside of the decompiled code. And so what we can do is we can take like method names like that, and then we can actually search the other resources for that. Now what we're looking at is the decompiled code of F Society, right? That's specifically their process hollowing DLL that they use. So we go back to the repo and we find that, oh, in line cryptor, they have a method also called run handle. Or handle run, sorry. Actually, it's got the same parameters and the same logic. And then when you actually look at the code side by side, it's basically the same exact function, just with added functionality added into the decompiled version. So this tells us that a lot of the stuff is actually pulled from different points. And then you'll start to notice other patterns, right? Like the fact that they started using lime rat, right? And then you'll notice that there's a whole lime theme to this repo. So that kind of tells us there's a lot more to the story. Like there's a lot more resources in here that we'll probably find that's leveraged inside of their code. So just notes for red teamers and emulation, like the patterns that you find as a result of emulating.
And this is another good example of the conversation that would take place between the CTI team and the red team at this point, right? Like, Kate, seems like they're kind of copying and pasting from this very public repo. Any thoughts? I would say, yeah, the adversary is not known to create custom implants. They absolutely just go based off of what's already out there. So just wanted to call that out.
So this is what it actually looks like specifically for process hollowing, right, for the difference between the two. Community method, you're going to be using your ZW query information process. It's going to give you back this beautiful little struct with a little pointer at the bottom saying like, hey, this is your base pointer address. However, that isn't, and like then you're going to go in and you're like, well, I really don't care what you're running there. You're going to run this now, next. Whereas the adversary's code does something different, right? It specifically calls read process memory, which gives you a buffer. Then it's going to do the get thread context, which is going to iterate through an array. It's going to find the base pointer address, plus 8, math is hard, right? Like they're adding math into this equation. And then they're going to be like, okay, well, we're going to take what you're currently running, we're going to unmap it, and then we're going to be like, you should run this now, very kindly. And so it's an entirely different, right, in the way that it's going about. Also, should be thrown out, way easier to detect as well. So if we were just doing process hollowing, it wouldn't get the same effect as if we were actually doing what our adversary is actually doing.
Yeah, and just to add to that too, this again footstomps what we need to do as emulators versus what red team operators would realistically do. Like something might make a lot more sense to do or emulate, but the adversary didn't do it that way. Does it make our life harder sometimes? Yes, absolutely. Do we have a responsibility to the actor to really be undistinguishable from what we're doing versus what the adversary is doing? Yes. So that kind of comes with costs, as Kat's pointing out.
So fun fact, then we tried to do persistence. And that did not go as planned. Our main developer on this, which is Corey Goodspeed, was up to like 11:30, and he's like, why is it running reg services exe, the legitimate binary? So what happens in this infection chain, right, is we have this VBS code. VBS code is also, it then downloads 3 files. It downloads fsociety, which is this process hollowing like mechanism, fiber, and then it also downloads async grat. Now, fiber actually does some other functionality we'll get into a little bit, but fsociety specifically takes the async grat that's pulled down, pops it in the memory using process hollowing, and then executes it. But there is never an infected version, and process hollows it. It injects it into the reg services exe. That's the specific process that's running with async grat in it. But that infected version is never actually downloaded. So the way that async grat expects to be run is that if you have installed it, right, it's expecting an infected version of reg services exe to be on disk that it's going to be calling from its service. But there isn't one. And we were like, well, where is it? Then how does it install persistence? And which kind of led us down to the next rabbit hole, which is, turns out it never installs a service at all. That's not a thing. It actually, and I love what this one report says, it's like, it works. It is persistence. Like, I forgot what it is. Like, it's simple.
It's like simple but effective.
But it is actually effectively creating persistence. So that initial VBS file that it gets, right? Like, you click on the link, you have the PDF. The PDF is actually masqueraded as a UUD. Yeah, all the acronyms, UUE. That then decompresses a VBS code. That VBS code is actually then copied into the Windows temp folder. And then it just sits there. But that VBS code is actually what pulls down all these other things, right? Which we just talked about. The reason why this is significant is because what it actually does is it creates a link file in the user's startup folder that links back to that Windows temp VBS file. And then it actually redoes the entire 3 payload infection chain all over again. So it never does this entire part of the diagram, which is broken out in reporting, which was super surprising to us, but it was exactly what it did. And we actually found that in the fiber DLL that's downloaded, which is one of the files that are downloaded for it.
And this is an example of you would never know this unless you tried to emulate this process, right? So this is not us calling out the reporting saying it was wrong. No, this is just our wonderful devs trying to emulate it and realizing, actually you can't do it in the way that we thought it would. So it's a huge value add.
Yeah, for real. The really cool note here is that this reporting was really based off of 2 reports, like the simulation. This shows you how well those reports were done. Because we were able to emulate to this degree and figure this out, that's awesome reporting. So mad props to the reporters that did this. So the difference between the community versus attack evaluations and solving these gaps, right? When you have reporting gaps, which we're gonna have, is you guys can go to VX Underground and download a sample, or Twitter, or wherever else your fancy is. For us, we have a month and a half. We do not have the time. And quite frankly, most of us are not REs. And if we are REs, it's because we have this weird hobby, and it's definitely being leveraged. So what we usually have to do, because at the end of the day, again, we have to adhere to CTI, right? Not everyone is going to have those restrictions like we do. So we're well, where else is this represented in attack? What other campaigns have they done? Which is usually a conversation point for us, where it's okay, they don't install persistence in this way. Do we just go forward with this and then just own the fact that reporting says this, or do we, can we use the link file? And then that's gonna be a conversation, well, is there evidence that a link file has been used in any other campaign, right? So that's gonna be the conversations that we have, because at the end of the day, we'll have to be able to explain them in the public eye. So these are our deliverables. Really, the big points of these deliverables is we give you essentially the documentation and source code, right? Sounds kind of common for a red teamer, but ours are very specifically written for the purpose of transparency and the purpose of you all being able to run them yourselves. So the documentation that we have, there's a very specific file called voice track. This is the exact track that is done during the emulation. So that means for you who, we have all of our code inside the adversary emulation library. So if you want to go through and you want to run all of this code yourself, like we have Wizard Spider, we have Sandworm, we have APT29, Fin7, all of these different groups, right? You should be able to just copy and paste these lines and be able to execute the emulation as we did. That's kind of the point behind it. We wanted to be able to lower this bar as much as possible, because again, it's about transparency. You should be able to be like, okay, well, does the vendor detect against this in my environment now? Like, that's a really great question, right? So that's one way to use it. Another way that we found was really helpful was we actually started citing attack techniques in the actual source code. The reason why this is relevant is because when you have someone on the phone that's saying they're like, no, 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 I detected this. And you're like, no, 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 that's not the right code. Just because you detected something doesn't mean it's the thing that you meant to detect on, right? So it's a really great conversation point because not everything is linked the exact same. And that essentially is our process. So what we went over choosing the villain, going through that process, right, of actually selecting a villain that works for you. Then the dev process, translating all of that CTI information and then putting it into actual requirements, developing those requirements, going down that rabbit hole, and then creating like, what do you do in those gaps? Like, how do you pivot on that, right? Like, what are the decision points? And now we have a great demo.
Why tell when you can show? Okay, so I'm gonna voice track through this, and this will be publicly released next week, so you can see this video for yourself if you want.
We might need to resize it.
You want me to pause?
Mm-hmm.
All right, give me 1 sec. Just play it again.
Yep.
Is that better? Yeah, that's better. Okay, just kidding. Take 2. Okay, so like we said, initial access, spear phishing. The victim is going to open up a PDF attachment, click the link, and it will download a file from a Discord server. Classic Blind Eagle, it is zipped and password protected, but they provided the password, so kind of them. We will enter the password to open up the PDF, which is actually a UUE file. When the user double clicks, we have, yep, the async rat payload has a callback. Now, let's look at some of the files that made this happen, right? We will look at the VBS code in that Windows temp folder. That's what kicked it off. And we will parse through that. And now we will go into the link file, which Kat mentioned is used to establish the persistence. We will verify that. And then let's check on the keylogger and set it aside for later viewing. And now, action on objectives. Async rat is going to look to dump credentials from the user's Edge browser. So we will go look on our password stores. And yep, all right, we have the credentials necessary. So we are going to go to the site that is being visited by the user. Fun fact, we made this very convincing banking site. Please respect the process. And we are going to look to use those keylogged credentials to gain admin access into this site. So we will copy and paste. We did not use admin as user and password. And then finally, we're going to check our keylogger to make sure it's working. Dun, 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 dun. It's working. So I know that was kind of a very fast walkthrough, but hopefully that gave you some idea of what our end product looked like.
Aw, you guys are gonna clap. Thanks. It does work. We pray. It worked.
Wish I could say it was easy, but it was not.
We absolutely recorded this. We were not gonna do a live demo.
Shout out to our developer, Corey, because that was a lot of late nights. So some key takeaways.
The biggest point of this entire presentation was to provide transparency to you guys. And so if you have questions, we welcome them. But mostly we just wanted to give you all an opportunity of like what this looked like.
Yeah, and second thing, which we've kind of foot-stomped time and time again, this is our solution for breaking down the silos between CTI and Red Dev, as well as Blue Team, etc. for collaboration, right? But again, this is just a solution. You are totally able to, find a solution, and we hope that this methodology was helpful for you.
And last but not least, something to kind of remember, it's really easy to be like, oh, well, your attack evaluations, you test all these vendors and it's a big thing. We started off as like a 4-man team. Like I came in a couple of years ago and I actually started up the CTI team. But before that, we didn't even have a CTI team. It was like one person and it was only like 25% of their time. So a lot of this work was built on the shoulders of guys just kind of hot patching it together. So it's become bigger because it's just iterated over the years. So a lot of the things that we just went over, like those in deliverables were honestly like blood, sweat, and tears. Like that is a result of we've distilled down that this is the stuff that actually mattered because this is the stuff that we kept referring to. And everything else was nice, but it was extra. And so we're hoping that maybe like you guys can learn from our lessons so you don't have to go through that same pain.
And fun announcement, our entire emulation plan for Blind Eagle, including the video, including all the code, we are going to release that on GitHub next week. So stay tuned.
So yeah, and that is essentially it. Just a bunch of thank yous to the artists, to our general manager, and to our dev. And just thank you guys so much for attending. We really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Questions are welcome.
Straight up mic drop on accident. So you guys are welcome to ask any technical questions if you want to ask about the presentation or anything else. It's pretty much open. Also, we have a Batgirl t-shirt for anyone that actually asks the best question. It is a challenge, hands down. The challenge flag has been thrown.
Yeah, and hopefully this was helpful. Again, we kind of wanted this to just be relevant to the average end user. So again, even if you don't even have an adversary emulation capability in your organizations, this can be done by just one user. If you want to pick and choose just a couple of different techniques that were emulated in one of our plans on GitHub, publicly available, that's absolutely your right to do. That's kind of our intent for this. You don't have to be a vendor just to take advantage of this process.
And you know what, last but not least, we just went over process hollowing. Like take one technique, emulate it, and then pop it into an automated test, and then run that throughout like your quarterly annuals or whatever that is to see if your detections are actually still up and running. It doesn't have to be this massive emulation plan. Like there's even micro emulations.
100%. Yay, a question, thank you.
Is this on? So when you were demoing or talking about process hollowing and you're showing like, here are ways that it could be done and here's the way we actually have to do it. Do you, in your reports, account for or do you cover like, here are ways that adversaries might shift their techniques over time. Like here's what we expect them to do next when this stops working. Do you include that kind of information or kind of lead? Like, is it really so tightly contained that it's only that adversary, and if they change their technique or they, the main guy dies and a new one steps in, like they have suddenly this different process, but other pieces are the same. Like, do you point out like where it would be easy for them to change or where it could be, more effective to do something else?
That's interesting. So more like forward-looking?
Yeah.
Like here's capabilities we anticipate the adversary doing?
Especially since you rely on data that's so old already.
Right.
Like, your data's 3 or 4 years old. Well, this is what they did 3 or 4 years ago. We don't really know if they're doing that today, but we would envision, here are the places that they would make the next logical steps based on what we've seen.
Okay, I have to speak to that for sure. And then
Go ahead.
If I was just a red teamer, abso-freaking-lutely. However, we have a technique scope. Like the point of evals is, so here's the fun fact about evals, right? Every single vendor, you don't get to put your tiered system on evals and then test that. You have your baseline configuration. So whatever you provide us has to be freely available to your lowest tier. With that said, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So since our real goal on attack evaluations is to elevate the entire industry, trying to use that baseline and pushing it, that's one reason why we use old reporting. It's because there's no excuse not to detect against it, right?
Exactly.
But absolutely, if I was just doing a red teamer and I wasn't being held, like holding vendors accountable to this like technique, then I would absolutely go like, well, this is the genre of what they do between their development team.
So could I suggest opening up either a part of the repo or, you know, some shared documentation where other people who are more familiar with the current techniques could suggest and say, here's how things have changed over time, or here's what we're seeing, you know, this year.
If it's based on publicly available information, you're speaking to my soul.
Yes.
That's the constraint that we have though, right? Like everything has to be backed up by a publicly available resource so that we're maintaining the integrity of, we're backing everything up by data.
Like
according to the adversary.
Data
would be available, but, you know, perhaps sanitized? Would
yes.
that be?
So there's two ways to contribute. Okay. So for all of you that are so loved your question.
I expect that shirt.
Yeah, he just really wants the shirt.
He really wants the shirt. There's a couple ways to contribute. Like I just started a contribution process publicly for Ocean Lotus, which is what we're doing for Mac OS emulation in the adversary emulation library. For those of you that have seen that, we can talk about later. But for attack evaluations, when we actually announce the actor and the technique scope, we actually also do like a call for information. And so with that said, like you guys have code snippets, IDA files, whatever it is, send them to our team. Like we love that stuff. And as long as like it's a credible source, we will absolutely love to incorporate that. We do have to have, for the techniques that we hold vendors accountable to, we obviously do have to have that.
Right.
But if it's contributed in, like that's a different conversation because we can have the conversation. And we'll probably loop you in with a lot more visibility on that too. And like if we can't do it, we'll do our best to tell you why.
Cool, thanks.
So yeah,
Thanks
no,
for the
thank
question.
you.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I just go over here.
Just get away from me. Cooped up in a hotel room for 24 hours. Other question? Yay!
This might be a bit tall for me. So based on the kind of life cycle that you mentioned, right, there's a lot of importance placed on the development of exploits, et cetera, which makes total sense. But if I'm thinking about a smaller shop or just, you know, a place with not many resources that is being targeted by these adversaries, maybe they don't have the resources to do exploit development. Whether they should or not, I think, is a different argument, but just say they don't. So how do you balance, or what would you call, in a way, not being able to do that? Would that be simulation at that point, or is there a way to still do it and it be called emulation just because you know what they're doing?
Okay, so exploit development is a very specific thing, right? Like you're talking about something that's breaking outside of a balance of something else, right? We do our best not to include, I say this and I'm like, oh, I'm cringing. We do our best to try to stick to the MITRE attack techniques and attack evaluations because those are the repeatable behaviors. Because at the end of the day, that's actually more helpful. So that's kind of like where I would lean towards. I would actually lean towards not playing around in the exploit realm. Like we actually do a lot of there is hand waving in attack evaluations where it's like, and we're just gonna say the user clicked on the document. Because we're not gonna have a user sit there and go in and click on the document. Like that's just not gonna be a thing. And so we're just gonna simulate, we're gonna click on it, and we're gonna execute it, and we're just gonna say a user did that, right? Like there's gonna be certain hand wavy things, and that's usually where I would throw that out there, where it's like, what's the real value add of playing in the exploit land? And honestly, it's all of the stuff around the exploit that's more value add than it is the actual exploit. And that's why we focus on so much of the behaviors in an attack versus the exploits.
And the problem too with exploits from the perspective of CTI is since patches are rolled out relatively quickly, by the time we sit down to choose the adversary, create the plan, dev it, I mean, that's like technically a year, right? By that time, the exploit and its patch are already irrelevant because adversaries have moved on to the next thing. And your question's super valid because we talk about this all the time as a team, the limitations of not doing exploits, because that is absolutely what we're seeing in the wild. Adversaries do that all the time. well-known adversaries do that all the time. But it's just, again, speaking to the constraints that our team is under, that is something that unfortunately we're not able to really emulate. Does
Value
that
add.
make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Love it. Bring it.
We're going to say last question because we got to get out of here, but go ahead.
I'll keep it short. My question is about attribution. So once we correlate enough of these incidents, and we do have an idea of how many techniques are involved in a single, let's say, attack scenario, at what point are we confident that this is blind eagle that we're looking at in terms of attribution? Is there like a giveaway technique sequence? Is there like a giveaway maybe technique temporal proximity or something like that that might give away that this is definitely the threat actor that we think is attacking us here?
That's a great question. We usually leave that to the analysts out there whose reporting we're consuming, right? So on the attack evaluations team, we don't do like attribution really. Because since everything again has to be backed up by solid data reporting, if people ever come up to us and say like, how did you know that was that adversary? We say because of X, Y, and Z, right? That being said, we don't just take things at face value. We obviously, as analysts, there's a certain degree of analytical rigor that is expected of us to really understand just because an analyst is reporting that this was blind eagle doesn't mean that we don't question that all the time, right? Like we need to know in order for reporting to be actionable for us, for something like attribution to be actionable for us, we have to know how did this reporting come to be? Like, how did they get the information? Was it a honeypot? How did they even witness the attack? So there's certain elements that we have to look for and certain questions that we have to be asking to be kind of skeptical in order to be confident that whatever emulation we create is absolutely reflective of the actor themselves. For Blind Eagle, like we had a list of things that they are known to do. One of the things is they target Colombia-based users almost exclusively. So they're really, really selective in geographical targeting. That's just an example of something that we know with reading reporting, okay, that's something that we need to keep in mind. Does that help answer your question?
That definitely helps, but I remember you also said like you were prioritizing what techniques to evaluate in your emulation. Is there like a way to figure out which techniques are definitely gonna show up in a blind eagle attack scenario?
I mean, definitely checking out the attack page on Blind Eagle, now that I'm promoting attack too hard. That's an excellent question. So we pulled those 3 TTPs I listed, domain fronting, process hollowing, and abuse of legitimate Windows utilities. Those are the 3 we called out, but only because those were really unique to the actor that we really wanted to emulate, that we really felt would add something to the end user and industry. That was us making the call, not necessarily saying, oh, because they did these 3, they must be Blind Eagle. Does that make sense?
I see.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, I appreciate you guys. Outstanding presentation.
Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the conference.
Very night.
Thank you, Kate and Kat, for their talk. It was really great. And lastly, I would like to thank the audience as well, since it was the last day of the last talk of the day. So I know everybody's kind of exhausted. So thank you, everyone, and hope to see everyone tomorrow.